Hi, welcome to True at Crime. I'm Mama Libra Scales, um, coming to you with all of the nitty gritties that I got to experience yesterday going to the Delphi hearing located in Allen County, Superior Court 3. Yesterday was a huge day full of a lot of amazing nuggets. So, with that, y'all got to know this was absolutely the most amazing, not really amazing, but it was definitely interesting, um, for sure. Um, Give me just a second. I'm sorry. So, um, yesterday I got there pretty decently early. Um, I was the first person, not the first person in, whatever, like in line or anything, but um, I got there about 6:48. There were a lot of people there when I got there actually. Um, but so I got in line and I waited in line for a little bit. Um, and um, it was cold outside. It was like 20 something degrees. Um, I left my jacket in the car, but I didn't feel like lugging it, honestly. Um, but yeah, so we sat out there for a little bit. I talked to a couple of people. I saw a lot of people there, a lot of YouTubers. I saw Frank Meister, Noe, Rick Snay. I saw Murder Sheets. Um, Obviously, I saw um, just Gambit or Gambit. I don't know how to say Gambit, Gambis. Anyway, I saw her and that was awesome. Um, I got to hang out with my friends over at Truth and Transparency, which was really great. And if you guys check out their channel, they got to kick it last night with Julie Melvin. She had some things to say after the hearing that she wasn't able to like necessarily talk about like in the courtroom because obviously we know that Julie really didn't get to say a lot, but we'll get to that later. Um, and um, yeah, so as soon like they made the defense attorneys stand outside in the cold with everyone. Um, but as they were getting ready to start opening the door, it just kind of like started to snow a little bit, and which was all right. Um, so at any rate, um, we got in there. Gold came into the courtroom. She was very like, okay, everybody, be quiet. Let's get this going or whatever. And everybody just got to attention. Um, the first thing that they wanted to address were the two additional charges for the kidnapping. Um, Obviously, we found out yesterday that um, they amended counts three and 4, and state filed amended counts 3 of 4 and um, dropped. No, sorry. I feel like I want to start over seriously because this is terrible. Okay. So the state filed amended counts 3 and 4, and they wanted to amend accounts 5 and 6 because the statutory time of the 5 years had passed or whatever. So they had oral agreement to drop 5 and 6 or whatever. So, and then So basically, um, they went through a couple of the different motions and stuff that were going on. Um, let's see. There was a motion to like seal the future events. Um, Goal had stated that all of the further hearings are going to take place in Carroll County. Jury trial is set, obviously going to take place in Carroll County, but people are going to be chosen for the jury out of Allen County. Hey, Jinx. Hey, Kayla. Hey, Aaron. It's good to see you guys. Sorry. So the jury's going to be chosen out of Allen County. Gold did state yesterday, toward the later note ended of the day, that the jury selection questionnaires were sent out on March 13th. So that is, they're already out, and they're searching for their people to get ready to start, doing jury selection. Um, so let's see. Yeah, Gambies was there. I saw Thomas Frost. Or Frosty. I saw Rescue All Dogs. Um, I met another YouTuber, um, and his name was Demas. And oh, Darren Barber Investigates. And he seemed like a pretty cool guy. He seemed pretty knowledgeable about the case. He is a local resident of Indiana himself, but mostly he covers missing persons cases. So if you guys like are interested in that type of thing, maybe check out his channel. Check out my friends over at Truth and Transparency. Also, my friend Bella on Bella Lugosi Bedtime Stories. And again, like I said, Bella got that hot little like chit chat with Julie after court. So that was pretty cool. Let's see. I already said Frank Meister, all them. So yesterday when the police, like everybody, like the main people started, walking in and stuff. Obviously, Mr. McLeland was there. Obviously, Mr. Baldwin, Mr. Hennessy, Mr. Rossi. They did introduce a female prosecutor that was put onto the record, named Abigail Diener, yesterday. So she's there to kind of do her thing and, you know, do the case. So let's see. I saw obviously all the family members there, the Patties, Kelsey. I saw Carrie, Libby's sister. There was another girl with them, but I'm not really quite sure who she was. Becky Patty's sister was there. Tara, Amanda, Mike, Cliff, and Anna Williams' parents were there. And obviously, when it came to like the big guns, Doug Carter, Holman, Vito, Mullins, and Click were there. So let's see. So the defense didn't object to waiving the hearing for adding they didn't object, and they waived the hearing for the added counts. So they did again put in the motion seal for the future filings and proceedings. And then after that, Nick said that he was, withdrawing he was withdrawing that motion. I don't know. I don't know. Wait a minute. Never mind. There was something else that he withdrew a motion for, but I think I wasn't fast enough to write it down. Anyways, she denied the supplemental motions for continuance. And on March 12th, Hennessy had filed a stay of proceedings to go to trial to stay on with Rossi and Baldwin, throughout the case. And when Gull asked Hennessy, like, why? Why should this happen? Hennessy was like, well, I mean, it makes sense. And she's like, what do you mean it makes sense? And he's like, I mean, it just makes sense. Um, so Miss Judge Gold had denied that motion was denied. There was a change of venue put in, request for a change of venue put in. Obviously, that motion was denied. Um, and then they started talking about a January 29th misconduct. Um, Again, the jury selection would be out of county, trial would be in Carroll County. Um, so they get to talking. Mr. Hennessy points out that Mr. McLeland should, maybe recuse himself because there had been some alleged communications between the YouTuber Gary Baudet, Big Salps, and Nick says, like he doesn't see how his communications with Big like had to do with the leaks, how it was even relevant, and he referred to Rule 401. So then after that, they were talking about, like Nick made the comment that he wasn't like ready and prepared for the contempt proceedings, and Hennessy pretty much like was like, dude, like he voiced it. He's like, it's not my fault that people aren't prepared for what needs to be happening or like what's coming and what's going further. So there was what they said was an indirect criminal contempt. And Mr. Hennessy said, the other leaks that had happened were relevant. They were probative. There was willful conduct. Because in regards to these, there was a couple of different things that had happened before, specific information such as the search warrant that was served on Richard Allen's home. There was talks about the pieces of the bullets, like bullets found and all of that stuff. Like those things were leaked beforehand. Obviously, there was some talk yesterday about like crime scene photos and things of that nature. Apparently, like this is not the first time that things have been leaked before of that nature. So yeah, that was interesting. So yeah, again, then they put in some supplemental motion that was, I guess, written up by Mr. Ashbrook, and it was like a scoring, like a bench note and scoring, and what the contempt proceedings are, and what you do in contempt proceedings, and the various types of different contempt proceedings. So they wanted to submit that so that, I don't know, maybe the judge would be like aware of what, like, what the parameters of that are. I'm not really sure. I don't know. I guess it was clever, but we didn't get to read the motion ourselves, and obviously the motion wasn't shared outside. But it'll be cool later, once all this is open, like, and everything's able to be seen, to read those documents. Hopefully they'll, be able to read them. So Mr. Hennessy pointed out that the discovery that they had received has been delayed. Obviously, there was a cutoff point put for all of the discovery, excuse me, to be put in, and I think it was the 12th was the deadline. Anyways, that date has come and gone, and they said that they are still receiving reports, but there was some issues with some of the discovery that they had received. There were 272 pages that were dropped on them of some discovery. They said that some of the ISP reports that they had received didn't have any attachments with them. And sometimes some of the attachments to some of the documents, like there were things to the documents that were stapled backwards. So I thought that was really interesting. Obviously, you know, Mullins is the guy, well, you know who Mullins is, right, guys? Like, we know that Mullins is the former, like, police department sheriff guy in charge for the Delphi Police Department back in the day. Now he is the investigator for the defense. So his job is to kind of like build up like all of the evidence and prepare that evidence. And then after he gets that evidence prepared, his job is to take it over and turn it over to the defense. So I mean, they talked about that yesterday as well. Um, so it was really interesting that that was another thought before I get on to Mullins. Mr. Hennessy made a very interesting comment yesterday that it wasn't like the defense that was putting out these leaks. Like these things did not come from the defense. Like he was stressing that these particular like photos and stuff like came from another whatever. But at any rate, the point of it was he said that it wasn't the defense's fault that Westerman came into the office and that he stole the items that did not belong to him. And Mr. Hennessy's analogy was that if somebody came to your home and you had a device that maybe had some explicit photos of yourself. So he's like, if I took some explicit photos of myself and somebody came in my house and they stole that device with those photos on there, and then they took them and they disseminated them out, how is that like your fault? It's not your fault, basically. Very interesting argument. Very interesting analogy. I'll go with it, I guess. So, again, like the motion for the continuance for the leaks hearing, like that was denied. So they get to talking about like the accidental email that was sent, and it was stressed. Mr. Hennessy had stressed that when this happened, the prosecutor was notified within 1 hour of this happening, of them realizing that they had sent this email to Brandon Woodhouse by accident, basically. And I don't like it's insane. So as this goes forward, Mr. Steve Mullins is called to the stand. He's, the first person that comes on the stand. And he asked him if he was aware who Mr. Brandon Woodhouse was. And Mr. Mullins was like, yes, I'm aware who Brandon Woodhouse is. He's somebody that we have had some run-ins with, and he's like, well, how did Mr. Mullins, come onto your radar? Well, there was somebody that was on YouTube that saw the information. They picked it up. They turned it in to Ellie. And so Mr. Mullins said that he began to start investigating the Brandon Woodhouse's YouTube page, and he went through and he watched every single video, and then he grabbed screenshots of all this stuff. Well, Mr. Hennessy happened to ask Mr. Mullins if at any given point in time he had ever seen the email that was accidentally forwarded to Brandon Woodhouse, if he had ever seen that email. And Mr. Mullins said no. And I mean, this is after Mr. Mullins described how he's like dug all through Brandon Woodhouse's YouTube and all that stuff. And Mr. Hennessy said, you didn't see that email. And he said, no, he said, let me get this straight. You had time. And so Steve Mullins, I'm sorry, before Mr. Mullins, before Hennessy said this, Mullins popped off and said, I have a lot of work to do and I didn't have time. And Mr. Hennessy said, you didn't have time to stop and read an email that consisted literally of 4 words. 4 words. So that one was very interesting. Um, oh, hi, Benny. Welcome. Thank you. You guys, there is so much, and I'm not even playing. Like, okay, so my mom bought me these little books, right? I filled one of these books yesterday. There are 200 pages in this book. That's how much notes that I got. Like, I am like a very detailed note taker, and I I'm a very fast writer too. So I may get stuff that some people don't have, and I'm thinking that maybe I might have to like break this live up into 2 separate sections. So like the morning section and then come back and do another live tomorrow to do the second half of the day because there was so much information that was covered, that was talked about that I would like to in depth kind of like get into it and discuss it. So I hope you guys will like come back and watch it tomorrow again for the second half. I mean, I know like everybody's already kind of covered through that day, but there are some things that came to my mind that are interesting that I'd really like to, you know what I mean, like talk about. Um, I'm also trying to get together a couple of other individuals that were there in the courthouse so that we can have a panel discussion for you guys, talk about our impressions and stuff. So I'm trying to get that situated and in the works. And I know like I haven't come on here like crazy in depth about Delphi because, you know, the last hearings that we have had, like, this is the most substance hearing. Like, this is the hearing that we have been waiting for a really long time. I was hoping that this hearing would happen, you know, like we would be at this point already, like when we had the October 19th hearing. I thought that we were going to have some movement at first when I went to the October 19th hearing, and then to see that it's dragged on this long. But I am glad that it looks like Rosie and Baldwin will be here to stay. It doesn't look like Miss Cole, Judge Cole is going to try to throw them off the case, which is a plus. Okay, so everybody's kind of like they've been picking and batting at each other, but at this point in time, they have no choice but to get it together and keep it moving. So I'm very happy for that as well. Um, so at any rate, there was an objection filed that the defense had filed for a special judge to be imported. That was denied. There was a protective order placed on 2/17/2023. And then there was an additional recusal filing that was filed. Okay, so um, after Steve Mullins gets off, because he's not on the stand for very long at first, so they go ahead and they move over to Mr. Holman. Um, and before they can like get Mr. Holman on the stand, Nick obviously objects to Holman testifying. And Mr. Hennessy said, we need something on the record because there are things here that are going on that are absolutely of importance to be noted. And he said that there were things that are being and need to be investigated when it comes to this entire ordeal and this entire situation. So good on the defense, good on Mr. Hennessy. I mean, Mr. Hennessy knows what he's doing. He's a very, very experienced attorney. And quite frankly, you can tell that that old man is not going to take no mess from nobody, period. Um, but yeah, so I personally like it, it. It was a bag, a mixed bag in that courtroom. because Mr. Hennessy is hard of hearing. And so like you could tell Mr. Hennessy, like he started out like really trying to be strong about it, everything. And he was having some trouble hearing. He had a lot of moving to do, like a lot of walking around. Um, and it was crazy. So like I said, Hennessy made it known that he wanted some record made of this incident. So they went ahead and um, they Gold denied that or whatever. They talked about a gag order. There was a press release that took place on December 1st, 2022. And it was kind of funny because Nick tried to present it to the court that the press release took place on December 2nd after the gag had already been put in place. But they had to point out that no, the gag was not placed until the following day, and that um, the press release took the previous day. Of course, Nick went back to that in chambers meeting that they had when they had talked about the prior leak that was happening. And they said that the defense attorneys, they told them that there didn't need to be a gag put on, that they were not interested in trying this case in the media. I mean, yeah, like Nick did his little whine ass fucking show again, but it is what it is, right? Um, I was, I was very surprised because there were a couple times that I did notice, even though Miss Gold, Judge Gold, I want to call her Miss Gold, I guess, even though Miss Gold was very, she was snippy a little bit all day long, like she needed a Snickers, but there were a couple times where she did kind of like show that she was listening. There were things that caught her attention, and that they caught her attention because um she notated that she would take judicial notice. So awesome sauce. Um so Mr. Mullins testified that he currently worked for the prosecutor, prior worked for the Delphi Police Department, as well as the Carroll County Sheriff's Department as an investigator. He started working for the defense in 2020. And like I said, he has, had multiple positions in working, and he's been at the job for 22 years. So he was part of the investigation, for Richard Allen, Woodhouse. So initially he said that he was contacted about, that stuff by a YouTuber. And then he noticed that there was the Richard Allen thumb drive on the map. And, the exchanging of the discovery or whatever. He's in charge of making like the itemized lists and making sure that everything that they need for, that the defense, like everything that the prosecution has, obviously the defense is supposed to receive. He's supposed to make sure that that's all in one kit and caboodle. So they kind of stop and they leave Mr. Mullins on the stand. And they start to talk about exhibit number 3. And there was a receipt released of evidence for Allen's stuff. Mullins drafted a document, and I guess the copy of the document was never provided to Baldwin and Rossi. And hold on, let's see. and there, I will fine tune this because I plan on going like through, whatever notes, like if I think of something that I didn't quite cover right away, I will definitely like, give you guys those like spots. They come to me tomorrow too. So anyway, so he had not provided a copy um to the receipt of the release of the copy for the document he dropped it. He didn't give them a copy, and um it does not apply to the discovery now is irrelevant. Um, so like Nick starts looking for this email and he says, I got this email from Hennessy, that it was the document for the exchange of the contempt hearing, right? So like there was something that Nick was supposed to or Mullins was supposed to make sure that they had that was drafted and they never received it. Um, so yeah, the exchange for the contempt hearing document was never presented to Hennessy, and some of the items that were listed on the exhibit number 3 were not listed on exhibit number 2. So it turned out that exhibit number 3 was thrown out because of that. Um, and right after this, you could tell that Gold was getting irritated with Mr. Hennessy not being able to hear. And she very, very snippetly asked him if he needed an assisted listening device. Um, and I felt so bad for the way like people were just, I don't know. I don't like the way that they treated them. I don't think it was right personally, in my opinion, but that's just an old man. Like he can't help it that he can't hear and he can't, you know what I mean? And you should never treat somebody with that much disrespect or disdain. I don't care. Francis, he's your elder. You should have learned that a long time ago. And I'm surprised. I'm surprised your mama didn't teach you and raise you better. Think about that next time for court, please. Um, why on earth would he object to Holman being on the stand? He was part of the care team. The reason why is because of the issue with Fortson. So it came out during the hearings, that when Holman had picked up Fortson, he basically threatened Holman with like contempt charges. He told him that he was going to go to jail. He was calling the judge, all of that stuff. And so his mental health, like he was very upset. He was depressed. He was worried, obviously. They talked about the last thing that man said to his wife was that he was very upset. He was sorry that he did it. He wished he could take it back. And then the man was dead after he dealt with Holman. So they feel like that was, I guess, that's something that needs to be investigated. And that's something that is being investigated from what they said yesterday. So I guess maybe they didn't want him to like get on the stand and like maybe, I don't know, if he were to say something that could bind him up. He doesn't have an attorney present right now. He hasn't been charged with anything. I'm not sure what it was that they like it had to do with the situation regarding Fortson. And I will get like to that. But yeah, that is why, because of what happened with Fortson. Okay. So directly after Goal is asking if he needs this assisted living device, Jeffrey Turco, they start talking about the Jeffrey Turco audio interview was finally handed over to the defense on September 27th, 2023. There's also somebody by the last name of Hipshire. I'm sure that I can get the first name from somebody else. I've got some sources or whatever, and I can always come back and let you know. But this person was another YouTuber that was, involved with letting the police know about that Allen thumb drive that was on Brandon Woodhouse's YouTube page. Wow, that is heavy. Holman needs to dig deep into his soul. Yeah, Benny, it's getting deep, and I'm telling you, it's only going to start getting deeper because the things that they talked about yesterday, I was absolutely like blown away. Um, because there were a lot of like nuggets of information. So like we have the information obviously that they released in the Frank's memorandum, you know, but yesterday was like some of the pieces that weren't stated in the memorandum. This was just kind of like fill in blanks. But also, what was very, very helpful yesterday was there were a lot of names during these testimonies and connections of people that have not been mentioned before that were mentioned in this hearing yesterday. So, for people who are digging into this case, that is another kind of like thing to look at and other like things to consider. So, yeah. So the map they gave the a thumb drive with the obviously the screenshots and everything that Woodhouse um had posted. They put that on a thumb drive and they presented that. They handed that over to the defense. Um, and they obviously showed him the thumb drive. Mr. Mullins identified what the thumb drive was, what was contained on it. Um, so Mr. Hennessy made sure that the judge knew that that particular map thumbnail that Brandon Woodhouse had accidentally received, Mr. Woodhouse it was like a rough draft. You know what I mean? It was like them getting their work product ready and trying to figure stuff out. So he said those no longer were in play because it was like a rough draft. So there's no substance to them other than the fact that the pages that Brandon Woodhouse had put out um, listed witnesses' names publicly. Or yeah. So um, they said what Brandon Woodhouse put out didn't, show any pictures, which I'm pretty sure I saw the photos that were on Gavin Fish's YouTube channel back in the day with, the shoe, the sock, the all of that jazz that was in the little river thing. And while some people were saying those were fake photos, those were not fake photos, those were real legitimate photos. Um, I remember seeing those in the Brandon Woodhouse like stuff. So at some point. Um but they said that, he didn't show any pictures or whatever that he could see. Um and he Steve Mullins contacted Woodhouse to talk about the case. Um of course he did not, see the email that was sent in error. Um And again, like I said, Hennessy, asked him, why didn't you read the email? He said, I have enough to do. Look at, I had to look on what was on this guy's YouTube channel. And then I had to turn around and send it to the prosecutor. So yeah. Um, so also, Steve Mullins told Mr. Hennessy that after he had found out about the information contained on Brandon Woodhouse's YouTube channel, like all of those videos and stuff, Mr. Mullins said that he did not immediately notify Nick McLeland that Brandon Woodhouse had posted all of these things. Mr. Mullins had watched all of the videos and screenshotted them in their entirety before he notified Mr. McLeland that this information was on the YouTube channel. Wow, right? So Mr. Hennessy straight out asks Mr. Mullins, do you have any information that the email that was sent to Brandon Woodhouse was sent with willful intent? And Mr. Mullins had to obviously admit that no, he could not say that for 1000% sure that he absolutely knew that that email was sent with willful intent. And so also something else was that it was brought to his attention that There was a leak of the crime scene photos, but Mr. Mullins said that he did not take the time to investigate any of the information concerning the leaks regarding Mitchell Westerman at all. So on March 1st, along with the deposition that happened when they took Mr. Ben Rector, Jerry Holman, Stephen Mullins, and Mitchell Westerman for those depositions, we learned that Mr. Brandon Woodhouse was deposed on that same day as well. So I'm not sure how many people caught that or whatever. But yeah, so that was revealed that he was uh, deposed and that they hit him with all of the screenshots of all of the stuff that was like in his video or whatever. Um, and they were trying to be very adamant that that it was the defense that, like Fig, or not Fig, but was it Fortune? Yeah, that Fortson had been in contact with. They were trying to say that he was in contact with Baldwin. Baldwin said, I've never had contact with that guy, but they made this assumption because apparently they got some of Mr. Fortson's devices and they had extracted information off of there. And there was a contact on one of the devices that said Andy War Buddy. And instead of like actually like going through or trying to identify who this person was, they just, I guess, automatically assumed that it was Mr. Baldwin. So that was pretty interesting. I don't know if it really was. I'm not really sure the extent of that, but again, interesting. So exhibit number 4 was an email chain that had previously been admitted by Mr. Hennessy. And he, that was it for like the exhibits and motions for the minute. So they excused Mr. Mullins off of the stand. And they put Mr. Jerry Holman on. Mr. Holman stated that he has been with the Indiana State Police for 22 years. In June, he also received special training from the ISP Academy from January of 2001 to June of 2001, and he was a participating investigator for the Delphi murders. In October of 2023, at the beginning of October, he received a call from Becky Patty. Becky Patty called Nick McLeland to report that the crime scene photos had been leaked online. And also, he received a call from Murder Sheets. Now, I found it to be very interesting. Like, normally, during trials and stuff, like when police and everything are being questioned about people, normally they refer to the individuals by like their last name. So, for example, instead of saying, I received a call from Kevin and Anya, as Mr. Holman was doing on the stand, he should have said, I received contact or phone call from Mr. Greenlee and Mrs. Kane. It seemed like they had much more of an established, deeper, like, relationship connection. So, seriously, I definitely found that quite interesting. So, when Murder Sheets reached out to Mr. Holman, apparently they described the photos over the phone, and Mr. Holman was able to disseminate which photo that they were talking about that they had received. And it was alleged that Mr. Westerman had taken a total of 9 photos. So this was one of the photos that was received, and they asked Mr. Holman, how do you know that that was one of the photos? And he's like, because they showed it to me during my deposition. But then it was pointed out by Mr. Hennessy that during the deposition that they had used 5 photos for the deposition, but they did not show all 5 photos during that deposition. They had only shown photos number 3 and 4, and photos 3 or 4 were not neither of the photo, not the photo that Murder Sheets had called and described to Mr. Holman, like that he was able to identify. So, yeah, that was very interesting. And I don't know if anybody else finds that interesting, but it is what it is. So, and basically, he just talked about, he got the phone call, people telling him that the photos are out there. His indication was that Mark Robert Cohen had sent the photos to Murder Sheets. They got more info from Murder Sheets. There was a stock of documents that contained communications on, I'm not sure if it was Reddit or Facebook, but there are apparently communications back and forth between Mr. Mark Robert Cohen and Mr. Robert Fordson. And I mean, like, when when Nick handed that stuff over to Hennessy, I mean, that shit was thick. Yeah. So, they also got into a discussion about these crime scene photos that was very interesting. And from what I understood, like, as I was picking up, is they were very adamant about talking about the prior leaks that had been happening. And so, I guess, like, whoever maybe got the crime scene photos had edited it in a way, or if it was passed, they knew like what batch, because this wasn't the first batch of crime scene photos that had been leaked. And each leak had different markings on the crime scene photos to determine where they came out of. So, like, for example, they talked about like the particular photo that was passed out. There was a rectangular blocking on Libby's private bottom area. And then on the top, there was like a circle, kind of like blurred out her, lady parts. And they said that this could not have come from the defense, and they weren't sure where it came from, but they made note that, like, for example, like, if ISP were doing something like that, instead of using like a circle, they would use a rectangle. So like, I thought that was interesting, but that just like, if there's like multiple sets of this going on, like these photos that are out there, you know, that's really interesting because they know obviously that they're out there. So maybe they're marking them so that people, like, if it circulates again, they can trace it. Maybe there's like a digital embedding in it. I don't know. But I really found that quite interesting, um, to say the least. Let's see. So obviously, we all know that Robert Fordson is deceased, and Robert Fordson was a former law enforcement officer as well as a prior military personnel. He served in the military with Mitchell Westerman. And of course, he's deceased. And they talk about how Holman had went to go meet with Anya and Kevin. to retain an audio video statement from them, collect the evidence that obviously they had provided. Um, the photos that were provided were like printed out on like photo paper, so that was really interesting. I don't know if they like personally went out and printed it, or if like, when they got like the defense got the file that they printed it. I'm not sure how that went, but that was interesting. um they also talk about they had an interview with Rick Snay, um Delphi After Dark. There was another person named Kyra De DeBlanc, DeBlanc. I'm not sure how to, and I don't mean to chop and screw the last name. I'm sorry. Um, but they had interviewed both of those individuals, and both of those individuals were individuals who use YouTube. Um, So Mr. Holman stated that when he initially attempted to interview Mr. Fordson was totally not having it. He was ducking and dodging. Um, so he they had subpoenaed for Mr. Fordson's Facebook. Um, But when the results came back from Facebook, Holman said that he was not the one to personally see the Facebook messages, that Mr. Rector, Ben Rector, which is the secondary investigator for the leaks concerning Mitch Westerman, he was the one to go through that information as it returned. He said that he had not looked at it. Um, so he said at one point that he attempted to, um, after doing his own legwork, he attempted to reach out to Mr. Westerman himself as well. He said he attempted to go to Mr. Fortson's house, and Mr. Fortson did not respond to him. So eventually, he decided that he was going to go to Mr. Fortson's father's house, Bob Fortson. So the father said that he would let Mr. Holman know that, like, the popo was looking for you. Mr. Holman finally had to say that in order to get in touch with Mr. Fortson, that he eventually had to go onto the military base where he was at to get him, because I guess he's working there or something. So he went to the Air Force Base in October to go speak with Mr. Fortson. And again, they go over the connection that Mitchell Westerman and Andy Baldwin had. Oh, Erin, you're so great. I'm sorry. Like, I don't mean to like ignore anything. So proud of you and your excellent brain. Thank you. Thank you. Um, So yeah, so obviously they established that Westerman had a connection to Baldwin. Obviously, we know that um, Mr. Baldwin was friends with Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman almost all Mr. Westerman also previously was an employee of Mr. Baldwin. And that, they would get together, they would talk about things, and that it is like not something that's out of the realm of talking to somebody about things, getting their ideas, consulting, things of that nature. I think that the problem was that the defense and things were kind of like pushing yesterday, that they were making a point of, was that there was no non-disclosure agreement that had been signed to say like, hey, you're not going to go talk about this or anything like that. But also that Mr. Westerman was not listed as a formal consultant with, like with the firm or whatever. Like, he's not on the payroll. So the way that Nick was trying to push it was like he didn't have no business talking to him about anything, because whatever. So that was kind of like Nick's attitude about it yesterday. So again, on October 12th, 2023, Holman says that he received a call from a sergeant at the Fishers Police Department. The Fishers Police Department sergeant informed Mr. Holman that Fortson had committed suicide. That it was reported that he was upset about that leaking the photos. He wished he could take it back. So a man lost his life. Um, and it was kind of like at that very moment, it was like, it it was crazy. Like, because then you start kind of like going, damn, what happened? And you find out, like, yeah. So there was another notation that I had made, that was a point that was made. But the base information about the leak provided was by another leaker, is what they said. So somebody that was involved, I'm thinking, with the previous leaks had something to do with this leak as well, I guess, is what they were insinuating, in my opinion. Hey, did you understand why Fisher's PD called Holman to tell him about that? Do they call him for all deaths? I found that odd. Well, I think that they would call Holman because he was in, like, okay, so Holman and Rector both have been assigned to investigate the leaks. So they are both the primary investigators. Obviously, they knew that Holman uh that Fortson was being looked at with Westerman in some way, shape, or form. Um, I don't know. I think maybe he might have interviewed Fortson at their police department, is what I'm thinking. Because, he lived in that area, and instead of taking Fortson and booking him all the way wherever, he may have gone over to the Fishers Police Department when he was doing that interview with him. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that would make sense because he's the lead investigator on the case with Mr. Rector, and he may have used the facility over at the Fishers Police Department. And that's where I'm kind of going with it. You're welcome, babe. You are welcome. I didn't get to say hi to you yesterday. I so wish I would have been able to. Like, I was so like wowed by everything that came out yesterday. Like, this was freaking amazing. Okay. Um, Kayla, you have excellent detail. Nice job. Very interesting. Thank you so much. Like, I um I really think that's important to pay attention to, like, what is going on. And like I said, maybe there are some things that people just kind of like gloss over, but there are some things that people have not mentioned at all that are very thought provoking and very interesting that came out in that courtroom yesterday. And as you just keep looking at all of these intricate pieces, it's just unbelievably like flabbergasting. Like, multiple times yesterday, I heard these people say, we knew what was going on with leaks. We knew what was going on with certain individuals, and we did not even have we didn't even have the guts to go and investigate it. Like, we did nothing about it. So you knew that there were people who were dangerous that are walking around committing crimes, hurting people, all of these things, and you didn't think that it was important that the taxpayers who are paying you that money, and yes, I am a resident of the state of Indiana, okay? My tax dollars pay your salary. Your job is to investigate a crime and to make sure that people are not being harmed, and that if you knew something was going to happen, it was your responsibility to make sure that every precaution to put in place was taken. The things that I heard yesterday, I'm telling you right now, it's not even just the 5 people that were in that Frank's memorandum that are out walking around. Predators, people that are freaking killing people. Like, wake up. Wake up. This is important, and things need to be done to invoke change. I'm talking about real change. I'm not talking about, oh, let's talk about it. No, like, and not do anything about it. Somebody needs to do something because this is unacceptable. It's unacceptable, and and I'm just not going to stand for it. Period. Point blank. Okay. I also, like, personally, on my own bit, I have an issue with these people. I do. I personally have an issue because these are not good people. These are some very vile fucking people. Pardon my French. And they have been allowed to run amok for so long. Somebody needs to do something. Somebody needs to wake up. And it's time for people to pull together, stop the fighting, stop all of the ridiculousness. I don't care who's talking about whose wife and who wants to fight somebody outside the courthouse like they have done lost their sense. This is not about your drama. This is about two little girls who lost their lives. This is about families and people in shambles, other people affected, a town terrified, terrified because they have no idea what is going to happen. They don't know if after this, that this case hasn't been so demolished by all of the ridiculousness that has happened, that there's going to be enough viable evidence to even be able to arrest and convict somebody else. But you know what? I'm so glad that yesterday, mm, I know yesterday, the things that we heard, we know that there is something going to be coming, and it's going to be big, and it's going to be worth it. It's going to be worth it in the end. All of this craziness is going to be worth it in the end because there is going to be justice for Abby and Libby. I know that there is in my heart. There is going to be justice. Okay. Yes, I'm praying for Amber Holder's safety too, because I'm telling you what, yesterday, and I really wish she would have been able to say what it is that she wants to say in the courtroom yesterday. But you know what? I hold out hope because now I know that Miss Holder is going to be somebody who is going to be there called during trial. And she is going to be a very viable witness in this case. You mark my words. There's a whole lot of things that are coming, babe. A whole lot of things. It's on. So sorry, I need to like stop my rant for a second, but so let's get back to it because like I said, I literally took 200 pages of notes yesterday writing. It was insane the things that were coming out. So again, they established that that Mitch Westerman had one point worked for Baldwin, that he served with Mr. Fortson on in the military. They had talked about that their main communications mostly were used between Facebook and Reddit. That's where they utilized it. Obviously, if you guys have been following some of these other creators like Criminality, Teresa, and even Sunny and Aspen over on It's a Crime and Shame, they actually like went through all of like the little chit chats and Reddit on Fort like for Fortson and stuff like that for the lordless warrior. Also, there was another handle. Like, I was very shocked yesterday that they were able to identify only one handle for Mr. Fortson, but he had two handles on Reddit. I was floored that they didn't realize that he had two Reddit handles, but who knows? He probably had more than that. I mean, they're all crafty. So in September of 2023, they finally interview Mr. Jeffrey Turco. Now, if you don't know who Jeffrey Turco is the professor that was said to have been consulted regarding the runes that were found on the girls' bodies. And he had verified, obviously, we know that like there was an issue where it was claimed at one point that they were unable to locate this professor. And it was, I don't know, like that was a bunch of garbage. But I'm glad that they finally did locate this guy because Yeah. So, in September of 2023, after they had interviewed Mr. Turco, they said that he had never technically been interviewed. Um, and then they said that they turned that particular over the interview over to the defense. Um, but also, um, after this interview had been completed with Jeffrey Turco, I don't know if you guys remember that they were all, "Hey, Lisa Marie Presley, what's up? Hi, girl. Um, Welcome." So I don't know if you guys remember when they were talking about, like Fortson and Westerman, like having their conversations back and forth. Obviously, we're talking about the Reddit, Facebook, whatever. So there was a conversation that after this interview had taken place with Mr. Turco, they found communication between Mitch Westerman and Robert Fortson having a conversation about this very interview that had been conducted within a couple days before. So that was interesting. Um, so they and it said that the professor's Turco report um, was only seen and spoken about between Westerman and Fortson. So this particular report consisted of 272 pages. Um, and they said that um, the report placed Westerman affidavit file in Carroll County. Um, his Westerman was an affidavit was taken from Mr. Westerman, Mitchell Westerman in Carroll County. At that given point in time during Mr. Westerman's affidavit, obviously we already know this, that Mr. Westerman admitted that he took the photos and the discovery without authority. And there's absolutely no evidence that the defense had agreed to sharing any of this information with Westerman outside of, their basic chit chat and strategizing. Okay. Hello, my dear. Finally, someone good to listen to. Thank you for the invite, dog lady. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate you. And I don't think that I've I've done like in-depth lives before about the prior court cases, but this I am so excited, you guys, because it's just so much information. Like, even though it doesn't seem like sometimes that there's a lot, I guess to some people, to me, every single piece is absolutely crucial. Okay. That is why my channel literally is called True Grit Crime, because this is the nitty gritty of the crime. Like, there's a lot of grit in crime and there's a lot of connections. So this goes deep and it goes far. All right. So again, there's no evidence that the defense had agreed for Mitch Westerman to be sharing anything, and that they couldn't really kind of like get into much further about that subject at the second, because Mitchell Westerman obviously is facing charges in Franklin County, and he's facing those charges in Franklin County because, well, it's Johnson County, but Baldwin's office is in Franklin County, which is on the Franklin Johnson County line. Okay. So apparently, this prosecutor, Mr. Handler, uh, handles is handling the case for Mitch Westerman. Obviously, we know this. Obviously, y'all already know your girl went to the last hearing for Mitchell Westerman, and we got another hearing for Mitchell Westerman coming right up, because that other one had been rescheduled, and all of these things had been rescheduled. Everything is so fluckery, and we totally need to talk about that, because the day that things are going down in Richard Allen's trial, they sneakily stuck a court date for Westerman to start on the same day that everything pops off. Think about that. Wrap your minds around that, people, because everything that we're seeing is unbelievably ridiculous. And this isn't the first time. Think about, the day that the Scoyne hearings were going on, Westerman went to court the same exact day. You know what I mean? So, like, and I feel like even with like correlations, like personally, like I feel like the Flora stuff is definitely connected. We obviously know that there are individuals that have been popped off that lived near in the vicinity of the area. And even though they lie and claim that they did not live in the vicinity of the area, honey, you've been caught. You're done. I just can't wait until the police come after you and they get you. I just can't because it's gonna be that day anyway. Um, so again, Mr. Holman was assigned to be involved as an investigator with um, for the ISP portion with Mr. Ben Rector um, regarding to assist with Johnson County. Okay, um, for the leaks. So, but Franklin, I guess, is yeah, Franklin's considered Johnson County, so it's interesting. Um, And I hate to say it, but can you guys give me just a minute? I have to use the restroom. I'm so sorry. Like, give me 1 minute. I will be right back. Um, I wish I had some like hold music or something for you guys, but 1 minute. All right, I'm back, y'all. I'm so sorry. Here is the hold music. Holden, Westerman. Sounds good. Oh my goodness. That was a popping hot song. Thank you, girl. Okay. Anyway, so at any rate, so it was so interesting. So they get to start talking about Holman and his contact with Mr. Fordson. Um, and so he talked about at one point, I don't know why, but they had said something about seeking charges against Mr. Baldwin, and I'm like, what? I I I I, I don't know. Like it was so fast. Like maybe I misheard it, but I know that they're not going to see charges against him, you know. Um, and maybe it's just like they're referring to like the charges for contempt for the leak type thing, whatever. But yeah, Lisa, put your seatbelt on. It gets bumpy. It really does. It really does, y'all. So obviously, okay, so they get to start talking about um crime scene photos that they had received from murder sheets. Um, they really couldn't show those photos because they did like have the actual like for real. Wait, am I supposed to bring in all my receipts? I mean, you can bring your receipts if you want to. I got receipts. I was there. Um yeah, insane. And I'm not, trying to be funny or anything. Like I don't know. I don't even want to get into all that craziness. I'm sorry, but I just don't. So anyway, obviously we in the gallery cannot see those photos, but They handed Mr. Holman these photos or whatever, obviously, and asked him to identify a photo. But they also had a very interesting thing yesterday that one of the photos consisted of. So they had described what one of these photos. It was a joke. Okay, I I I just don't want to engage in all of that craziness. You know what I mean? Like I just don't. I really don't. Hey, Louise, long time no see. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, and I don't have anything against anybody. Like, I don't want to say anything bad, none of that stuff. I just, I don't want to get into the drama. I'm not a drama person. I just kind of want to like do my thing, keep it moving, keep it pushing. Everybody should be open and able to speak your mind and form an opinion, and nobody should be doing anything out of the way to somebody else for how they think, how they feel. That's just my personal get about it. Anyways, um, so this picture that they had described um, specifically was a picture of Abigail. So they said that it was a picture of Abigail, and then beside that photo was an asterisk. There was an asterisk on the photo. So I don't really know why. If it was, I don't know if the asterisk was like beside Abby, or if the asterisk was on Abby. That they just, obviously, I'm gonna assume that it was on Abby. I don't even know why I just said that stupid shit. I'm gonna assume that it was on Abby, but that was something that they said was one of the photos was of Abigail with an asterisk on her. Um, Obviously, we get into the principles of um, Mr. Holman threatening Mr. Fortson with jail, threatening to call the judge. Um, Instead of like calling the judge, when he told Fortson he was calling the judge, he was calling Nick. Um, and so there was a report that had been written up apparently about this entire ordeal. And at this point, like, to me, the shift of Mr. Holman's demeanor, like he already was kind of like angry, and he just, it was like he didn't want to be there, like he didn't, you know what I mean, like this wasn't whatever. And so they had brought up a fact that there was a document that was drafted up, and I guess a statement, and Mr. Holman refused to sign the statement. He said that he refused to sign the statement because there was missing and incorrect statements in the document. I wonder if the asterisk was a pic of a rune that looks like an asterisk to show what was left on Abby was that rune. I think that that may be what it is, though, because he said it was a side by side. So he said it was like one side was Abigail and the other side was that asterisk thing. So you know what? I think you could be right. The picture talked about not being taken by Ellie is frightening. Oh my God. I know, right? Like, and that's the other thing is like, okay, so we talk about like all of these photos. And yesterday, something that I was absolutely floored with was they talked about Holman described that the girls' bodies were found, but obviously they were found by searchers. Somebody who found the girls' bodies, and it had been a significant time before Ellie got to that area to secure the scene, before they called for help. Somebody took it in onto their own self to photograph the crime scene themselves. They photographed the girls' bodies. I want you to think about that. They photographed the girls' bodies. They also spoke about, you know how they say that some of those things at the scene are a little bit strange, eerie. I don't know if anybody else caught it, but there was mention of a tripod at the scene yesterday. Wrap your mind around that one, because it's coming, babies. It's coming, because it comes a little bit further along, because oh my gosh, like it just keeps on. Okay. Yes. It was like, what? Do they know who took the picture? Sick. I believe that they do. Because there's, well, I don't want to say it. It's rumor. I don't know. I've heard that it's truth, but I don't know and I cannot confirm that is actual truth. But I will say this. I will tell you what the rumor is. And if it comes out later that it is truth, then yeah. But it's very interesting. So, as we're talking about all these people who are in positions of power and run around like they ain't got no sense, one of these people who are currently in a position of power has a sibling that was previously married to somebody in that town who is related to somebody that has had a lot of issues, a lot of problems, and got asked to recuse himself for doing some things that he should not have been doing because he was an embarrassment to the whole thing. Um, and we already know that it has to do with the, club and judge. I'm gonna leave it at that. But there's somebody that was in relation to him that was married to somebody's sibling. Apparently, that man died. I can't remember if it was 2021 or 2022. It's been recent. It was just recent. But the rumor is that when that gentleman died, when they went into his home, there were photos found of the girls from the crime scene in that man's home after he was passed away, after he died. That is the rumor. I do not know if it is true, and I'm not going to say that it is true. But if it is true, that is an extremely interesting information. Okay? Extremely. Very information, very, very interesting. Anyways, so Holman insisted that he did not sign the statement because there was missing info, incorrect info. Um, he informed them that, okay, so this had to do with the deposition on March 1st. So he went in, he took the deposition for obviously the defense on March 1st. And he said that there was missing parts of his deposition. The first part of his deposition was missing and that he refused to sign it. I don't know. Um, he did admit to telling Fortson that he would call the judge for contempt. Um, and when they asked him, like, why would you tell him that you're going to call the judge and you're going to order this down? And Holman's response was that he was used to like a military ranking of reporting. So that he was used to having to report to a person and that person reports to that person and that person reports to that person. I don't even understand why he would say that. I guess maybe um, ISP would operate under that kind of standard, maybe. Um, the EOA said to look closely at the two guys on the bridge. They were BB and BB from the church. Hmm. Hmm. Lisa, I must go back to the eyes video and see. I got lost sometimes. Girl. Mm. Girl. Mm. Girl. Mm. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, it's coming. I can't wait to say what I got to say. Oh, my goodness, it's coming. Okay. So, of course, he said he used like a military reporting ranking. Um, and he admitted openly that he did tell Fortson that this was going to ruin things for Alan because the Hennessy asked him, well, did you tell him that? Is it true that you told him that this was going to ruin things for Alan? He said, I told him it was going to ruin things for everyone. It was going to ruin things for Alan. It was going to ruin things for the family. It was going to ruin things at all. And Hennessy said, did you also tell him that you don't care because it's all bullshit anyway? And Holman said yes. Yes, that was true that he did say that he didn't care because all of this is bullshit. Mm, mm, mm. Yeah. They also mentioned a name. Kyra Dupree. I'm not sure. That looks like chicken scratch. I can see Kyra, but I can't tell what the last name is. I remember those photos you had posted of those men too. Okay, LMP. I'm not sure what LMP stands for. And Hennessy asks him, "Did you threaten Fortson with jail?" And he said, "Well, I told him that there's a possibility that the judge could order a arrest warrant for him." He said, "I mean, I didn't threaten him." And Hennessy said, "So you admit that some people might take that as a threat." And of course that was, objected to or whatever, and Hennessy withdrew that. So Holman goes on to say that when he first tried to talk to Fortson, that the initial statement that Fortson had said to him was that he felt that he needed representation, and that he wanted to invoke his right to counsel before speaking. And then there was a statement that was taken from some individual named Island Phelps. It says Island Phelps statement, photos connected. Also, they talk about Tyler Carpenter. And Mr. Holman stated that they have been unable to locate Mr. Carpenter. And for folks that don't know, Mr. Carpenter is a YouTuber. So Holman goes on to say that he felt like, he did enough to stop the leaks from disseminating and moving forward because he got the word out through a YouTuber to spread the word. So, somebody made some sort of decision in conjunction with the prosecutor. There was this crime scene photos and information sent to a person named Christina Mack. Again, it was reiterated that they believe Westerman took these photos and items of discovery, but they can't really understand or know how many that he actually took. Reg Dunlop. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Yeah. They said that they couldn't find him, which I don't know. Like, I don't know if it's true. Like, I heard a rumor that like that person is allegedly related to a member of law enforcement. I don't know if that's true. I'm not trying to get into that, step on toes, talk shit. I'm just literally telling you what was stated in the courtroom. So, yeah. Okay. So, but they said that as far as the documentation went, that they weren't sure how much Westerman actually really ended up with. But they were absolutely sure that there were no other sources that this information could have stemmed from, except for Mr. Westerman and Mr. Fortson. And again, they spoke about Mr. Baldwin, and at one point, and I don't think that it was ever really actually confirmed. But like I said, they talked about this messaging system that was located on Mr. Fortson's device. And there was like a guy, like an Andy Warren guy. And in my opinion, like I said, they automatically assumed that that was Baldwin, I guess. So it was reported that there was forensic downloads for Fortson's devices, his phone, and the electronic devices. They have yet to see the phone records for Mr. Fortson's um, device. They said, um, I can't remember if it was Fortson's device. No, it was Westerman's. But the company, I guess, that handles like that cell brite extraction or whatever, um, they were saying that it would probably be like 2 years before they had gotten that information back. So that's crazy. Louise Dunlap spread the word. Holman doesn't seem to be consensual. I'm not sure what that, to put it nicely. What am I missing? BB, I had no idea. I only heard his name. Then I looked up at him. Finally, wowza. Right? Right? Because that's what I was. I was like, what? Girl, what? And when they said that they were unable to locate that person, I was like, what the fork are you talking about? Like, you are unable to, you know what? That's just pure laziness. That is laziness at its finest. Okay. Anyway, conventional. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Benny. Um, yes, they lie. And that's exactly what the point that I was going to get to. Yesterday, there was some statements that were made and some there were a lot of things that were said that contradicted themselves, and you could like there were clearly lies told yesterday. There's absolutely no other way to say that. There's no other way, like none. There were blatant lies told by a couple of people yesterday. Like, oh my goodness. Um, so I don't know. And I'm not sure if anybody else has covered like this stuff that I'm talking about. I've yet to see one person be like, this is what it is and this is how it really went down. Of course, like I've only watched like a couple of people since yesterday or whatever, but I spent a better part of like my afternoon kind of like going through and trying to make sure that I had everything in order that I wanted to talk about. Like all my notes were where I wanted it to be. Um, and uh, some other things, like I did look at a couple of other reliable YouTubers, well, not YouTubers, but people that were there, so that like I could make sure that I was like right on certain things, like you know what I mean. I hope that makes sense, just to make sure that I understood what they were understanding, and anyway, just making sure. Um so yeah, so they haven't seen the phone records. The phone that belongs to Robert Fortson was sent out to that company on March 1st, 2024. I love when you talk after being in court. Thank you for being there. Oh, thank you so much. Did you see Rick's stroppy hissy fit? I saw it on a short. I did not see it in person because y'all, I'm not even kidding you. Yesterday, it was like a freaking frenzy. Like, oh my gosh. You know what? I honestly, like, I would literally show you the clip that I saw today of it if I wasn't like nervous that somebody would get upset with me and like copyright strike me. That's the only thing. Like, I'm not trying to start nothing, none of that stuff. But it was crazy because, like, in the short, now I'm describing to you what I saw in the short. There was the interaction, the back and forth, the blah, 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 blah. And then, and then somebody getting in the other person's face, and somebody had to step in between and push them back. And, they used everybody was kung fu fighting. Oh my god, it was hilarious. Anyway, mm-mm. Mm-mm. The things that make you shake your head. Why were you guys acting like that? Why? I don't understand. I don't understand. It's not even worth it. That is insanity to me. I was like, oh my goodness. Like when I heard about it, because I didn't know anything about it. And when we got back from lunch, because me and my girlfriends, we went over to this hotel that was like a block up to get lunch because it was crazy. Like we didn't get out of court until like a little after 12 o'clock, and Goal wanted everybody back in the courtroom at 1 o'clock to get started. And I'm not trying to be funny, but like I bought these cute new like 4-inch heel boots and they're not broken. So, and I've got short legs, honestly. Like my friends were going so much faster than me that I have to take like double the steps to, keep up with them or whatever. And I was trying to run in them freaking boots. It was insane. Oh my goodness. So yeah. Um, it was hysterical. My son heard me laughing from upstairs. Oh my God. I was like, no, like really, you know, and the thing was that yesterday, like when I saw him there, somebody was like, "Yeah, he's slated to testify." And then it was funny because I was watching Bob, and Bob said that he saw it. Bob got to see it, and he said that, you know, after it went down, Snay went up to him and was like, "Bob, Bob, they're throwing me from the courthouse." You know, like I get it. Like he said, defending his wife and everything. I wouldn't want anybody to like disrespect my spouse or talk about my spouse. I guess that'd be fighting words for me. But I mean, it was so hilarious. I was like, damn, maybe he should like just walk around with the fucking bottle of baby powder. And every time he gets mad at somebody, just put that baby powder on his fucking hand and just be ready to smack somebody. Cause that's really what it is. He's just people's anger go from 0 to 60 in like less than 60 seconds. Seriously. Um, what's really funny is his support network keeps telling anybody bringing it up to be classy, the irony of it. Um, Same. There's so much information, and Gabas has done a great job covering this. Also, thank you for covering this. Oh, you're welcome. And I haven't gotten to watch Gambit's coverage yet. Like I said, like I've been kind of like preparing for this for hours. And I kind of wanted to give my friends some time to get stuff that they needed to get done. And we could not help but watch Bob's live because we absolutely appreciate Bob and Allie's input, all of their knowledge that they drop on us. 1,000%, like so appreciated. It's not even funny. Um, Bob got a front row seat for the scene. Yes. Oh my goodness. So I am not either of their support system. I, however, was there and literally in between them, both in the courthouse and outside, trying to keep them both from going to jail. Oh my gosh, Gammons, I'm so sorry, sweetheart. Because like I didn't know like who it was that like walked up in between them to like, you know what I mean? But then the black guy, and I don't mean to say it like that, but the guy that I mentioned earlier, Darren Barber investigates, was standing right there as well, and he was telling me he's like, man, I had to step between them to like help break it up or whatever. He's like, and then they had me on News Nation, and I was like, wow, okay. Um, Team Allie is the business. Yes, she is. I love Allie. I love her because she is so smart. She is like just blunt. Like she says what's on her mind. I love it. I love it. I love it. Um, that shows the person you are. I appreciate you calming them down. Exactly. Exactly. Because that stuff was just not even called for. And yeah, it just, I don't even understand. Like it's almost like it's a showdown that I don't even know why. Why is it a constant showdown? Why can't they just let it go and let God? Anyway, done with that rant because that was crazy. Um, so, mm, By the way, this is something else that you guys need to have dropped on you for this bomb as far as these photos that were taken by a private citizen. It was also revealed that these particular sets of photos were not reported formally after they were initially found, and that they were, all that seriously. That's a hot mess. And why was there no documentation for that? Mm-mm. So, um, so as they're going through Fortson's device, apparently they had gotten a search warrant to get Facebook Messenger, to get permission to get into Fortson's Facebook Messenger. Now, they said when they initially had tried to get into Fortson's Facebook Messenger to retrieve the messages, that all of the messages out of the Facebook Messenger had been deleted. However, they were able to go into his iCloud setting, and they were able to retain the information, like the information of the conversations from there. But during these conversations, like these messages, it was stated that on October 2nd, they specifically found a message that was exchanged between Mitchell Westerman and Robert Fortson regarding the Franks hearing. So also, it was very interesting at one point that during Mr. Fortson's interview, at one point, Robert Fortson stated that he was a lawyer. Westerman, and they asked, what other connections besides Andy Baldwin does Mitchell Westerman have to the town of Franklin, Indiana? And Holman's like, none that I, could find or whatever. And I'm not sure if anybody caught this comment. I'm sure you did, because it was really snarky. Hennessy popped off and said, Westerman's side piece, the girl that he was cheating on his wife with, lives in Franklin, Indiana as well. Not just like Baldwin's office being there. But yeah. They also had talked about Barbara McDonald and the Turco report. Because, oh, well, we'll talk, never mind. We'll talk about that when I make it to Rozzy. Okay. So they talked about exhibits 7, 8, and 9. Exhibit number 7 was an email from Baldwin and Rozzy to the court. Exhibit number 8 was a letter filed by Mr. Rozzy. And exhibit number 9 was an affidavit that was given by Mr. Mitchell Westerman. So after that, that is the end of Holman's. Yeah, she was brought into this, but they didn't name her. But they were asking, like, what other connection does Mitchell Westerman have to Franklin, Indiana? Like, who does he know? And so that right there, they were like, he doesn't know anybody, blah, blah, blah. And then Hennessy pointed out that, what do you mean he didn't know nobody else? His side piece girlfriend was living here. So if he had a girlfriend that was living here, he had to have known other people, maybe. I don't know. And he could be that type of guy who has a side piece, but he doesn't hang out with her. I don't know. Some guys are like that. But so Holman gets off the stand, and our next individual is Ben Rector. And really what I'm going to do for you guys is I am going to take a copy of the thumbnail, because this is important. because my thumbnail, if you guys noticed tonight, my thumbnail is a photo of every individual that got onto the witness stand yesterday. Um, so um, this kind of gives you um, a visual of who we're talking about. Hold on. Oh. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. Okay. Mm. And I'm going to post it up. Hold on one second. I'm going to open another tab and I'm going to post it up here or whatever, because it kind of just gives you a visual of who was there so that you can see them. Okay. So, seriously. All right. Where is. Okay. Now I can go back over here. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Okay. So this is going to be like our handy dandy, like, okay, can you guys see? All right, you guys can see that screen. Yes. Okay. So our secondary, obviously, we've gone through Mr. Mullins and Mr. Holman. Our third guy that's at the top here is Mr. Ben Rector. Mr. Ben Rector was an investigator for the Indianapolis, or not Indianapolis, but Indiana State Police. And he has been there since March 20th of 2011. He graduated the academy. He was requested to go ahead and take a look at the October 6th, on October 6th to locate Brandon Woodhouse. And also he was sent to interview with Brad and Baldwin. Murder Sheets lives in Franklin also. Are you serious? Westerman was on Murder Sheets. Yes, he was. Things that make you go, Murder Sheets had a relationship with Baldwin also. Makes me think in zeros, actually, right? Right? Um, Lil Frank was asking me about Kyle Keener when he started his investigation into the leak. It's very interesting. So, so there was some things that I did catch that that they did mention that was really interesting. And I'll bring that up here in just a few minutes. His name makes me so uncomfortable. Whose name, sweetheart? Are you talking about the investigator, or are you talking about the other two names downtown, down here on the comments. Rector. Oh my gosh, I know, right? What a sad. Oh my goodness. Mm-mm-mm. Um. So anyway, um, he, Mr. Rector, indicates that he met with both Rozzy, um, and Baldwin and their investigative team. Um, they said that that neither of them, like neither Fortson or Westerman basically like worked for them. Rossi said that he never met Westerman and he had never spoken with Westerman. He had never had anything to do with Westerman. Um, and that all he knew was what he has been told by Andy Baldwin. Um, Baldwin had a prior professional relationship, obviously, with Mitch Westerman, and they indicate Frank continues to threaten to call me my employment and board of nursing to tell them I'm a support of a child murderer. He can kick rocks. Girl, don't even worry about him. All these people and all these things that they do, it's gonna pass. You gotta let go and let God, because that's just ignorance at its finest, in my opinion. That is, you don't deserve that. Um, and karma's the bitch. It is. And it always comes back to bite people in the butt. So while all these people are running around doing ugly things to one another, God sees what you're doing to each other. It's just a matter of time before the karma fairy comes after you. Anyway, so it started with just his name making uncomfortable, but after listening to him on the stand as a person, he makes you uncomfortable now. See, yes, that is the truth. Um, and it did kind of make you uncomfortable once you started to actually kind of like listen and you're learning and all of this stuff, because wow. Yeah. So Mr. Rector says, excuse me, that it was reported on October 9th that Mr. Westerman had showed up to Mr. Baldwin's office unexpectedly and confessed to him that he had, in fact, been taking items that did not belong to him behind his back. Um, that as Hoosiers, it's terrifying that these people who are supposed to keep us safe, I know, right? And that's what I'm saying. My tax dollars are getting taken. You're not doing your job, you know? But then it comes down to the scary things that, like, police can decide whether or not they're going to protect you. And there are different like loopholes that they have and that they use these days that is absolutely ridiculous, in my opinion. Anyway, so again, it was indicated that there was no non-disclosure agreement ever made or signed between Mitchell Westerman and Andy or Brad Rossi, and there was no emails in their system or text messages showing that there was any agreement to any sort of non-disclosure agreement. Um, and Baldwin had admitted to Mr. Rector that he did send the email to Brandon Woodhouse in error. There was also a mention, I didn't catch the name, and I'm going to check with my friends. Maybe somebody may have caught the name, but they spoke about somebody who was a CASA worker in Franklin, Indiana. And they didn't really get into all of that. Gambas, do you understand why they mentioned the CASA worker from Franklin, Indiana yesterday? And did you catch that CASA worker's name? I don't like I didn't catch it. But again, there was talk about a CASA worker in Franklin, Indiana. They talk about a CASA worker. Yes, a CASA worker, baby. Yes. I'm being for real, for real. I'm so super serial right now. It's not even funny. Okay. Um, so there was a search warrant that was retained and enforced at the home of Mitchell Westerman. They said that they were able to get his electronics at home and they got his cell phone, but Mr. Westerman, what the fork, Mr. Westerman, um, didn't get her name. I think they said she was the one who Baldwin ran the Franks by before they filed it. Yeah, but I can't. I know they said her name. Like, hold on, I have to. I have to look at this real quick because um the last name it rhymed with like Voris or like it was really hold on. It was like really weird because I was like. And it was so fast like they said it so fast like it was crazy. Um, it sounds like Vorus, like Vorus. That's what it sounded like, I guess, or whatever. So, um, that's what they're talking about or whatever. Um, how do you guys can't see my screen anymore? Like seriously? Oh no, you can. Okay. So I'm gonna pull that up. Anyway, so all right. Casa worker didn't get her name. I think they said she was the one who Baldwin ran the Frank's motion by before he filed it. Yeah. Is it a restaurant? No, a casa worker. Louise, for individuals who are unaware of what a casa worker is, a casa worker is a court appointed special advocate. And that person is somebody who generally works with children that are awarded to the state. They usually are assigned to children in the foster care system as an advocate. So they also like they do things like take the kids on outings, like if they have siblings, sometimes the siblings are separated between foster homes and things of that nature. Sometimes they are brought together like that casa worker like okay for example I grew up in the foster care system and my brother and I were separated into two separate foster homes. I lived on one side of town, he lived on one side of town. We did not get to see each other very often until we got a casa worker, and this casa worker was like an angel because she would come and pick me and my brother up, and she would like take us out to eat or take us like shopping. And eventually this woman was nice enough to like open up her home to us. So she got special permission where we could go and like spend the weekend at her house so that we would have more time together as siblings. But basically it is somebody who is an advocate to help children that are in the system, and they are the people that are fighting like for the kids. They are the people that like it's like their kids own personal like boys and girls club, big brother, big sister, but like in a different way. I hope that that makes sense to you guys. But that is what a CASA worker is for. It is a court appointed special advocate. These people are not just random people off the street. They go through a process of criminal background checks, they go through training, and they are sworn in by a judge. So, yeah. Okay. So, um, anyway, uh, like a true criminal to his game, um, when they serve the search warrants, um, it does. Thank you for explaining it. You're welcome, Louise. It's always good, because if you don't know something, I would, if I don't know something, I would love for somebody to like be patient and take the time to explain it to me. Um, and vice versa. If there's something that any of you say that I don't know what it is, I am more than willing to like be open and ask questions because you never learn if you don't ask. You have to always ask questions. So, anyway, but like a true criminal to his G form, Mr. Westerman, after the electronics and cell phone was taken, Mr. Westerman did not give them any passcodes um, for those devices or that cellular device. And again, it was mentioned that they were sending it to that place to get it extracted, and that the cell phone extraction could take 2 years to receive back. They did get a warrant for an iCloud account. Um, they sought and were awarded the warrant for Apple, but they haven't been able to get into the device. So they're sending it off for extraction, and they are trying to extract 500 gigabytes of data off of the whatever, I think it's his cellular device is the one that they were talking about, because he would not give them the passcode. I guess he told them to go fish. So that's what they got to do. Oh, I guess never mind. They were able to get into the iCloud account through what Apple was able to get for them. So it said that there were screenshots located in Westerman's iCloud account, text message chats between Andy Baldwin and Mitchell Westerman. And there were no dates provided for those messages. Exhibit 10, there was something filed on 9/18, 2023. There was no date on it, but there was an objection about work product. Nick said that what Westerman had stolen, Hennessy basically had argued that was part of the defense's work product and it should be considered as such. Nick basically argued that he did not feel that it was the same. He did not feel like that was work product. He didn't feel like what Westerman took fell under work product. It's insane. And Hennessy kind of got upset about that. He's like, I mean, how does it not fall under work product, right? So the screenshots came from the iPad. Again, the only thing that they were able to extract off of the iCloud was messages. And there were no photos between them, just the messages. No photographs between Baldwin. Westerman answered all of his questions when he was picked up by law enforcement and interrogated or whatever. And again, they reiterated that Mr. Westerman showed up to Andy Baldwin's office on October 9th to confess that he had stole these items. But something that I would like to point out, and I don't know because I know that some people know that this thing is running around. I've heard it. I've seen it. It was on YouTube at one point. It got pulled off. But there is a recording between two individuals, one individual being Mark Cohen. And Mr. Cohen was talking to this other individual about this particular situation when it comes to the leaks. And he was talking about dates. He was talking about who. He was talking about the day that Westerman had told Fortson that he was going to actually tell Mr. Baldwin what he did. And according to this recording that Mr. Cohen was speaking on, that date was October 5th. And in court, it was October 9th. And if you guys don't believe me, I do have the receipts. I have no problem sharing the recording. It is in my Dropbox. So, bam. Um, let's see. So after this, it does. Thank you for explaining it too. You're welcome. Uh, okay, stupid question. Is it Isn't it unethical for a man on the run to write letters to the judge? I'm saying someone who has nothing to do with the case, allegedly. What? Are you for real? Somebody that's on the run is uh sending letters to the judge? Who? Because I apparently missed that one. That's very interesting. Um, hold on, say that again, please. Which part? Greeno. Oh shit. Well, I mean, it is so much. Oh my gosh. Like, I don't want to talk bad about nobody, period, point blank, because I don't have nothing bad to say about anybody. But there are things that I have seen that I'm just kind of like shaking my head about. Um, and I've watched people go live, I've watched people say things, but I have to say that in my opinion, there are some things that um people are not factually sharing. I will say that 100% not factually sharing, or they have some of their facts misconstrued. And it's extremely important. And I can't stress this enough. It is very extremely important that if you are going to be involved in learning about a case, watching a case, following a case, it is 100% absolutely important that you not only know the facts of the case, but if you are speaking and you are passing that information along, the information that you are passing to someone else needs to be 100% factual. There are no ands, if, or buts about that, because you got a lot of he said, he said, she said, he did, they did, we did, you did, I did, pointing the fingers, and a lot of no one wanting to take personal responsibility and accountability for the actions that they have put out into the world that have added to this dumpster fire. And that is my comment about that. Sorry, but it is. Um, so just a little, I know, is chilling. Um, he's on the lam again. My goodness. I wish I could tell y'all everything I know. He's so lucky I am huge on doing everything I can not to re-victimize people, and I want to re-victimize his victims. Oh, so I cannot talk about any of it until those people want me to talk. Um, I have heard those things, of course. I've seen things that I've been watching these YouTube streets for some years now. And I know exactly the information, like kind of like some of it that you're talking about, and some of the information that's out there running in the streets. So yeah, I totally understand. Um, so okay. Let's see. So, like I said, that recording that was between Cohen and the other person, he stated in that recording that Fortson had told him that Westerman was going to speak to Andy on the 5th. Can I explain Cohen and the conversation from October 5th? Okay, the conversation did not happen. Well, okay. The conversation had taken place apparently. So, okay, so full disclosure, there was a 42-minute recording. And this 42-minute recording was between a YouTuber and Mark Robert Cohen. He wanted to kind of like get the Mr. Cohen's side of the story. Mr. Cohen kind of wanted to get his part out. And honestly, again, I don't want to get copyright struck if I played it. I know that it was placed on YouTube. It was probably on YouTube maybe for a couple hours, I'd guess. And then it was removed. Some people caught it. Some people didn't. I caught it. I ended up catching that particular recording, honestly, by accident. I stumbled upon it. So there were people that were having conversations on different channels about things, search warrants, possible search warrants that were issued in this case. I got curious. There were 2 places that were brought up that I was interested in finding whether there was actually a genuine search warrant that was listed and maybe publicly that we could actually verify the information. And I clicked a link and somehow I stumbled upon that recording. So I'm not going to lie to you. I'm nosy and I screenshotted it and I recorded it and I have it and I listened to it. And so to kind of summarize this recording for you guys, and I'm going to say this, like, you know, the allegedly part or whatever, but allegedly there was a lot deeper connection with MS than what was portrayed in the courtroom yesterday. Apparently there was information like messages and things like that that were exchanged between Fortson and Cohen. Cohen said that there were some people that were concerned, asking him, or MS, I guess, had reached out to his family, asking him if he had, or not his family, but people he knew, like friends and people he knew, asking if he had, he had friends reaching out to him, asking him if he had a backup of all of the documented conversations that he had with Robert Fortson. Because apparently MS had a copy of these messages and that he was unsure what they would do with those with that information. So then he starts talking about you know, that people may not believe it, but him and Fortson were genuinely friends, that they didn't just talk about Delphi. They talked about their family, their lives, like they really got to know each other. And he talked about the photograph of the F tree, when Barbara McDonald apparently had the photograph of the F tree on court TV, how it had very much upset Mr. Fortson. Apparently, and this is a quote by Mr. Cohen, that Mr. Fortson was very upset regarding the photo of the F tree, and that Mr. Fortson said his words were that he was tired of Nick McLeland telling lies and that the truth needed to get out there. And so this particular recording was made in January of this year. I've had this recording since it was released. I would have to look at the date or whatever. But he talks about the days leading up to before everything happened with Mr. Fordson. Um, he said that his last conversation with Mr. Fordson was almost on a philosophical note, like the things that he was telling him, like there was a reason that he was telling him these things. Um, and Mr. Cohen was genuinely upset because he lost a friend. His friend's wife and his friend's children are left without a father and a husband. And there are going to be a lot of um, feathers ruffled, um, you know, about this entire ordeal. Um, Mr. Cohen also stated on the recording that um, Mr. Westerman apparently attended Mr. Fortson's funeral, at which point the statement is that there was a fight that broke out between Mitchell Westerman and Brad Fordson. Now, what I find very interesting is that Brad Fordson was mentioned in the hearings yesterday. And before it was confirmed yesterday on this very recording, Mr. Cohen had mentioned that Mr. Fordson, Mr. Brad Fordson, was the person responsible for retaining all of Robert Fordson's electronic devices and giving them to the defense. But as well, I did not know this and I did not realize this, but apparently Brad Rossi was slated to be one of the witnesses to be called on October 19th hearing when that unexpected turn of events had happened and all of those people showed up. So some people said that that recording was a bunch of BS. It was one person, lying to another person, telling lies. I just really found it quite interesting yesterday that to me it was like almost like it was an uncanny confirmation. Like that just told me like, yes, what was stated there was the absolute truth. Okay. Mr. Cohen also stated in the recording that he did not want to be the person who to throw somebody else under the bus because he knows how that feels to be that person that's thrown under the bus. He also stated in that recording that when they had said that he was responsible for the leaks, somebody had stated that he was responsible for the leaks apparently. He said that it very much upset him and that he had reached out to LE and LE told him that you really don't want to argue with us about how we're spinning this narrative. You don't do it. You might as well just turn around, walk away, click your heels and get away scot-free. He said that when he disclosed to law enforcement officers regarding these leaks, what he knew, the officers said they didn't care. They were not investigating it. Nothing. He said the only thing that they were very interested and adamant about when they interviewed him, and we've already talked about, of course, that was that he said they were extremely interested in the information that he knew regarding Mitchell Westerman. They wanted to know if he had direct contact with Mitchell Westerman. They wanted to know if he knew him directly, if he knew anybody else that was associated with Mr. Westerman, all of that stuff. They were very, very, very interested in what he knew about Mr. Westerman. And I find that very interesting. That's another reason why, I definitely want to follow the stuff with Westerman because every single piece of this stuff is just going to come out and all of it's going to come tumbling down. And I think what the problem is that there's so many issues going on and so many people are distracted because every single time you got something going on, you have a major event going on over here and they're scheduling another major event over here to deflect you from what's going on because some people are busy paying attention to this while, okay, for example, everybody was off paying attention to hearings regarding the murders of Abby and Libby and paying attention to what's going on with Richard Allen. And on this side, They're destroying the Flora house. They're destroying a piece of evidence that is a crime scene that should have never been destroyed until somebody was arrested and convicted for that crime. You're not supposed to destroy that. That was still no, and you know you're not supposed to, but y'all did it anyway. Just like y'all keep cleaning up your messes. Okay, you keep cleaning up your messes. You destroy CPS buildings. Y'all are destroying barns. Y'all are destroying garages. Y'all are doing all kinds of stuff that you know you ain't got no business doing. Destroying businesses. Y'all got a whole arson investigation running through here. What else you got? You laundering money? Are you trafficking children? You trafficking women? We already know that there's a connection with that with the Lafayette Boys Club. See, people are not as stupid as you seem to think that they are. And I hope you're watching because I know, and I'm not afraid to talk. I got a mouth and I will use it. Anyway, so yeah, um and right before like this whole like situation happened, after Mr. Fortson was questioned, um that's when Mr. Cohen said that he had talked to him for the last time. Like this was like their last philosophical conversation. Um and they talked about deleting stuff. Um there was also a very interesting allegation that was made on this recording. Um and I know I probably shouldn't I maybe I shouldn't say this or repeat this out loud, but there was an allegation that there is a connection between the Patty family and Robert Fortson. The statement that was made on this recording was that there is a friendship between Becky Patty and Robert Fortson's sister. Apparently, they are very good friends and they are in Facebook groups together. And I don't know the full extent why that particular nugget of information was dropped. But again, you know, it's eye opening. You didn't know that the CPS building was burnt. They have an article about it. It was burnt on the inside. It didn't burn all the way down or whatever, but apparently there was some damage. Initially, when they talked about that CPS building, if you go back, well, you can't do it now um, unless you are looking at a newspaper clipping from the Carroll Comet 2 weeks from when it was published later. So if you want to look at the Carroll Comet for the Carroll County Comet for free now, you have to wait 2 weeks for that article to become free, but you should be able to find it there. But they talk about it. But in the older stuff at the Carroll County Comet, they also talk about before the CPS building was done away with. At one point, the CPS building was vacated. And what's very interesting is that that CPS building had not been there very long. That particular CPS building was built in 2014, and there was a specialty program for CASA workers actually implemented into Carroll County. And guess who is actually one of the people who had a firm hand in starting that CASA worker program out there? Anybody? Ding, 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 ding. Time up. The answer is Judge Curtis Fouts. So the building was it was vacated at some point. I'm not sure. Yes, Fouts, Louise. Yes. So if I can share, like, I think what I'll do is I will go on to where I keep all of this stuff because like I've built up like this big multitude of stuff or whatever. But I can share the article on my community page, I guess is what I'll do, that talks about the CPS building of the fire. But what else I can do is I could show you the established timeline for this particular CPS building. So the CPS building was built in 2014. And as you start to go along, you start to learn that the DCS program, the CASA program, was implemented by Judge Fouts. He had a hand in implementing that program along with another player. I can't remember the lady's name, but it's a very interesting thing. It's very interesting. Um, it's very interesting all the way around. But the plan was when they were going ahead and they were putting in that Hoosier Heartland Highway, at one point, the town had wanted to go ahead and take that CPS building that was no longer in use, and they were looking to convert it into a visitor center to go to when people would come and they would visit the trails and stuff. And see, like, this is what really irritates me about this entire ordeal. And this is a very big lie that has been told in this painted narrative that has been pushed along the way. Okay. They literally said, you know, if you don't live here, you wouldn't, like, nobody knew about those trails. There's people that lived here that didn't know about those trails. That's a blatant lie, because you can see for years that what's his face, the brothers, oh, David and Dan, is it Dan, David? Why am I having a brain fart? Y'all know the brothers that are with the in charge of the trailhead stuff. Anyway, their mama has a history in Carroll County. Like, their mama was the first person to, like, start advocating for those trails and the historic preserves of that railroad track and all that stuff. So at any rate, McCain, yes, thank you, Louise, thank you. So the McCains had been looking for funding for that trail for quite a while, and they were not having very much success in retaining funding to help revitalize the trails and help revitalize that railroad track for historical preservation. So at some point, the bridge out there was eventually deemed a historical bridge, and so it was a historical landmark and it cannot be torn down, and it was picked up in ownership by that Hoosier Heartlands. I want to say it was the Hoosier Heartland Company and somebody else. So what their plan was that they decided, after they had retained it and said, you know, whatever, like, they took responsibility for it, they then they basically gifted that trail and that railroad trestle that the girls walked on. They gifted that to Carroll County basically as a gift. And then they would be involved for the time being while they were retaining grants to revitalize that. Now, if you look at the history, there was a couple times that they had applied for some of these grants and they were denied. And then it was not long after the girls' murder and that company had picked up and all of that stuff, and the grants were refiled for again, that they were awarded quite a bit of substantial money to revitalize the trails and to fix that dilapidated bridge. So I hope that kind of clues you in. Did I answer the question? Kind of went on a rant. I don't know. I talked too much. Sorry about that. I remember seeing one of the brothers on a boat as part of a tourist thing, and he was interviewed. Yes, He was. But that's the thing, like, the Carroll County Comet, like, that's how I found out about the history of, like, what that stuff was in the area. You know what I mean? Because I thumbed through a lot of stuff. Also, there was a woman who worked for the county saying that after what happened, hardly anyone would come into her for pamphlets about the trails. Those trails was not such a secret. Yes, Benny, I remember that particular interview too at the visitor center. She said nobody would show up. Okay. Um, I'm telling you, like, these people are absolutely lying through their teeth to you. They are literally pissing down your back and telling you that it's rain when they say that nobody had any idea about those trails. Nobody had an idea this railroad trestle was tucked away, all of this stuff. I'm not trying to be funny, but like they were literally producing commercials advertising for people to come and visit Carroll County. And one of the highlighted things in their commercials, ladies and gentlemen, was visiting that trail system. And it was pushed in the Carroll County Comet for a long time. They talked about that trail over and over and over again, like different articles. And then they talked about the CPS building, and all of the people in town wanted that CPS building to become their new visitor center. Well, somehow, like, the girls' murders happen. And then all of a sudden, there's like this small fire inside of that CPS building. And behind the citizens' back, they went and made a deal with the people, the NDOT, the Indiana Department of Transportation. And apparently, they told the citizens of Carroll County that NDOT was not willing to relinquish the building to them for a visitor center. They gave no formal reason why. And yes, they had commercials. I found some commercials like in like old stuff or whatever, but it would be like if you're staying around the area, you know what I mean? Like kind of like, for example, like my husband and I, we went to was it Michigan? It was either Michigan or Ohio. You're in your hotel room and those commercials come on. Find something fun to do in Chicago or Cincinnati, or you know what I mean? It was kind of like one of those commercials. So I hope that makes sense. Wasn't that fire accidentally on purpose? I don't know. And that's the thing, is like in that report, like the little newspaper thing, they never really talk about what caused the fire. They never really talk about anything like that. There's just mention of a small fire inside of there. And then next thing you know, um, the people of Carroll County are being told, you guys are not going to get this visitor center, and DOT won't agree to it, and they are demolishing the property. And that was the end of that. There was no further discussion, none of that stuff. And then y'all got to think about the things that are coming out now, because y'all already know that Shane Evans is under investigation. Y'all remember why Shane Evans is under investigation? It just recently came out that he signed a deal for authorization for money for property that he didn't get any permission from the county, their board of trustees or anything like that. Like, he went and did that without getting anything, like any permission at all. So I know that they have been recently talking about that, and I assume that he may be in hot water coming for that. Okay. Tara German said that her kids did not go to the trails that day, but all their friends went. Damn. Mike Patty said it was typical for kids to go there and take pictures. Becky Patty said it was common for kids to go there because there's nothing else to do. It's insane that people claim that the trails are hidden. It was funny, but no party, but her kids didn't go. You can still see a lot of the comment on the Wayback Machine. Yes, you sure can. You can see it on the Wayback Machine. But I'm just telling you, like, they did get rid of a lot of stuff, and I was lucky that I went over to the Carroll Comet, um, and there were particular things that caught my attention. Um, the best favorite thing that I caught, um, that I appreciate it because it gives you such a great narrative of how the hustle and bustle worked around the town, was whoever their journalist was that wrote this, because they did not put a name on it. But at the end of every year in the month of December, starting on December 1st, they have a section that is called A Year to Remember or A Year in Remembrance. I can't remember exactly the way that it's worded, but it's something about a year remembrance or a year to remember. This person literally goes week by week and they tell all the business. I'm talking about all the business. And I'm talking about is so nosy that if you do not want your business out on Front Street, you better hope that this person don't hear your business. Because if you're doing something dirty and you're over at somebody's house, sleeping with somebody else behind your husband's back, I guarantee you that shit was listed in the Carroll County comment. I'm not. It was like, it was like the people were roasted. Like, you could have done something in January of last year, and this person is like an elephant. They forgive, but they never forget. And not only do they forgive, but they never forget, but they take your indiscretion and they remind you about it from going into the next year, so that maybe you will make yourself a reliable New Year's resolution. I don't know, but y'all, I have it. And I'm telling you, I will share it with you guys one night. I think I'll come back on here and I will share with you guys the stuff that I have picked up. And it is absolutely, it will make you go, wow, you know. And also, like, not just, another thing that you guys need to know, like, going on around that area. Okay, so not only did you have like arson fires going around on that area, right? So you got arson fires, you got murder happening, you got obviously like um crimes like robbery, murder, or whatever. But y'all, did y'all know at one point there were two banks in the town of Delphi that were robbed? They were robbed for a substantial amount of money. And apparently, according to the Carroll comment, they were unable to find or prosecute whoever robbed those banks those two times for a large amount. They've been yet able to find whoever it was that walked in and robbed those banks and walked out. Anybody ever hear about that? Because it's interesting. And if you think I'm bullshitting, go back through the Carroll County comment. You'll find it. I promise you, you will. It's insane. In fact, in those year to remembers, it even recaps that bank robbery. So, anyway, I got off subject. I'm sorry. So let's go back to this. So we talked about the discrepancy that personally I saw um, between the dates of when I guess Baldwin had said that Westerman had finally showed up in person to tell him, and maybe he could have expressed his intentions to Fortson, like within the, that day on the 5th, but maybe like he was like, maybe he started feeling bad. You know what I mean? Like, shoot, like I've leaked this and I've done this and I've done that. And I feel so terrible because there were messages between them. Remember that when it was being encouraged to post the F tree photo, that there was a mention that he kind of felt bad, like They were supposed to do another date that they were supposed to release more information, like that they were going to take it and push it out into the internet world. And you know, Westerman, I guess, or Fortson, one of them, no, Fortson told Cohen, hold off because I kind of feel bad for already what I've already put out. Y'all remember that? Seen that? Maybe I'm sure that you probably did see it if you caught those messages that were shared um, between them. So maybe it could very well be that the crime scene photos got sent out. Let's say that for shits and giggles, the crime scene photos and that stuff got sent out, let's say on the 5th. Fortson is feeling terrible about it. He'd already felt terrible because he released that F pic, after Barbara McDonald was on court TV. He's like, I'm not really sure if I want to do this. Then finally, like, he gets the courage. You know what I mean? Finally, he's like, all right, I'm going to chuck it in the fucking bucket and I'm going to do what it is, right? Like, I'm going to go for it. And he shares the crime scene photos. But then he starts feeling guilty and he starts feeling terrible. And he's trying to get himself together, like, like the courage to face what's coming because he knows what, like, it's coming. You know what I mean? Like, he knows that his days are numbered because he's already been talked to by the police. They already know. They've already found Mitch. They're talking to him. He knows it's a matter of time. And he got scared and he got overwhelmed. And instead of, there are some people who get so overwhelmed or so upset during situations that they don't take the time to stop and think it through and calm down. And maybe that's when he just got so overwhelmed that he put the gun to his head and pulled the trigger. Or, and in my opinion, and I hate to have to say this, but because of how many people are dead throughout this entire ordeal, I wouldn't hesitate to maybe think that there could have been somebody else who was there to help instigate that situation when it happened. And I don't know if anybody feels the same way about that. That's just a personal thought and opinion that has come to mind for me. Lisa bullies on meth. Who knew it was the real thing? In the Chambers transcript from October 19th hearing, Nick said he had been investigating for 17 days and nights. You're right, Louise. You're right. 17 days. Boom. Boom. Bingo. And listen, we're not dumb. You know what I mean? Like, and this is why I think that there are certain people that are acting like they are not a part of this leak and that, they're not okay, but they've been complacent this entire time. And I think that they're getting scared because they know that this stuff is going to start coming for them. Like, investigations are coming. If you don't think that the defense, they even said it, if you don't think that they aren't working to preserve the record and to make sure that this gets to somebody and immediately gets dealt with, you're crazy. You're absolutely 100%, 1000% crazy if you don't think that something is going to come out of this. Something will come out of this. Now, they may not necessarily go after all of the players, but they're going to go after somebody, and somebody is going to be left holding the bag. So, they don't realize we be keeping the notes. I know, right? They treat us like we're dumb as fuck, And that's the thing is, like, they put all of, like, this certain information out to the media and they feed this narrative to the media on some things. There's sometimes that I have to question, like, why didn't certain things get told to the public? But then I think about if they disclosed every single thing that we heard in that courtroom in a newspaper, the public probably would not be feeling very safe, and they would probably be there with torches and pitchforks like they were some fucking ogres. I'm not kidding you. So, um, yeah, Henny and Andy did so good yesterday, making sure that the record was made about certain things. They worked their asses off yesterday. Absolutely, Gambas. They absolutely worked their asses off. And I'm telling you what, by the end of the day, you could see just how freaking exhausted all of them were. Everybody was so exhausted. But man, I'm telling you, Hennessy and Baldwin and Rozzy really um, made sure to preserve the record very well yesterday, and they really put up a very strong fight. Nobody is safe when it comes to this trial. I completely do. Fortson was on Reddit, and his last post where about Stephanie Thompson and her daughter's death, he said he couldn't wait for the trial to be done. It's so heartbreaking. Shut the front door. Do you have screenshots of that? Because I did not catch that. Like I've only gotten through so many of those threads. Um, I'm looking at them, but I would appreciate it if you could email me those screenshots if you would at truegritcrime@gmail.com, please. That would be absolutely amazing, Luis. You would be a godsend for that, honestly. Um, I would love to add that to my repertoire. I appreciate it. Okay. So, um, so of course we're talking about these leaks, and I'm going to go ahead and get started back up here because baby, this is juicy. This is so juicy. This next piece is so juicy. All right. So, obviously, again, we've already gone through the discrepancy, in my opinion, between the October 5th and October 9th. I think that maybe at this given point in time, Fortson knows what's coming. Holman's deposed him or interviewed him. Let's see. What date was it? Because I'm pretty sure he did say the date that he interviewed Fortson. Okay, so it had to be like within the couple days before the 12th. And that's weird that they didn't, they just said in October. They didn't give us a specific date. So let's see. If he died on the 12th, right? And Nick said that he had been investigating the leaks for 17 days, was it? 17 days. So let's go back. Let me hold on. Sorry, this is interesting. I'm going to pull this up, okay? So let's look at our calendar here. So we know that Fortson died on the 12th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So that means that Nick McClelland said that he had been investigating it for 17 days. The 17 days, the date that would have started would have been September 25th. Where did Fortson say he would not hurt himself and talked about his daughter? Fortson was on Reddit, and his last post were about Stephanie Thompson and her daughter's death. He said he cannot wait for the trial to be done. So, what? So that he could talk about it? Was he going to come forward and speak about it? Or what about what Fortson knew? Could Fortson possibly be a witness into these things? Is that why he could have been killed? Is that he knew too much? Did he know too much? I mean, you got to think about this. So of course they talk about prior leaks, and we learned yesterday that there in total have been 3 leaks in the Delphi case, 3 separate leaks. Something of interest that they considered to be a leak yesterday in court, which I find absolutely unbelievably baffling that not many people have talked about this, but they specifically addressed the Ron Logan search warrant. And that particular document was referred to as a leaked item. And they made specific notation that this document was not only retained, but was also watermarked by murder sheets. That was a point that that Hennessy made. And so then they talk about, the Turco report was also, considered part of kind of that leak stuff with that's considered to be a leaked document along with the other stuff that was discussed before or whatever, but so interesting. So yesterday they asked Ben Rector his final question. And I want to make sure that I pull up because it was absolutely 100% yes. Okay. So yesterday they asked Mr. Rector, basically what was the difference between him and Holman? And his answer was that he speaks to facts. There was a couple more words added into it. I'm trying to find it because I was like, oh my God, that right there was just so interesting to me. And I don't know if that was just a way for him to say, I'm not like this guy, whatever, or I don't know. Maybe I don't know if it was intentional to set himself apart. Yeah, I don't know, but I know I saw that earlier today. I know I saw it because I was like, yeah, somebody else posted about it, and it was the first time that I had seen somebody talk about it. But yeah, so he was talking about speaking to facts. So that portion is the end of the morning flow of it. So I guess I don't know. The question is, do you guys want me to continue with the afternoon portion? Or would you like me to stop now, come back tomorrow, and do another live? Because it is 3:39 in the morning. I mean, no matter what, I'm good to go. I'm awake, but I don't know if everybody else is getting tired or not. So if you want to let me know, it's what's up, because I'm telling you, the second half, it's the most juiciest. It is the juiciest piece of the whole entire day, in my opinion. So maybe I should give you a taste, right? You guys already heard it on other channels, I'm sure, but um, I'll just go ahead and start, I guess, So, in the afternoon, um, they were supposed to be, they decided to address the criminal contempt. Um, there were exhibits, um, 1 to 10, submitted. And Mr. Hennessy had requested, if Miss Gull, um, could go ahead and make a ruling regarding the exhibits and the contempt. Um, and Miss Judge Gull advised Mr. Hennessy that at that given point in time, um, she was unable to rule in regards as to exhibits 1 through 10 and the contempt thing, but that she would take his request under advisement. So the second half of the day starts off. I mean, it's good. It's interesting. So they start off the day with 3 lawyers. Basically, they're trying to establish a foundation of individuals who have worked in the law fields. Um, one of these individuals has worked for 47 years. You know what I mean? Like, you got other people who've worked for, a number of years with a lot of things. Like, I think between those 3 witnesses, you probably had about, I don't know, maybe 100 years worth of experience. Maybe. It's my opinion, I guess. So the first guy that gets on the stand is John Boren. And John Boren is a no. Okay. John Boren is an attorney. He has practiced for 47 years. He did his first year of law school in Oklahoma, and he finished out his law school degree at Indiana University. He is a former deputy prosecutor for Morgan County for 14 months. And he had a law practice since January of 1979, located in Martinsville, Indiana. He has completed at least 100 jury trials. He started interning in his last year of college. He was very familiar and very well versed in mock jury trials. He said that he worked with some very bright and well-known legal minds, such as Bobby Lee Cook or Gavin Isaacs. I didn't catch the first name, the other person, but the last name was Haynes. And basically, they got on the stand, and Hennessy was asking, like, is it normal for people to consult with other people to get opinions on, like theories or whatever? And yes, the attorney said, yes, absolutely. It's normal for people to talk to somebody and get their opinions or their thoughts on things. It's not against the law for an attorney to ask questions to somebody, things like that. Like, they weren't doing anything outside of what they were actually legally allowed to do. And he said, he's done jury trials where he said he happened to have one jury trial where his juror ended up being a lawyer. So in my personal opinion, I noticed like Gold looked like she was falling asleep on the bench at this given point in time. Like, she's like there but not there, and she's like this, like her eyes closed on the bench. And I don't know, like, if she was like listening intently, or if she's like, this guy is boring the fork out of me and I wish he would hurry up and get off the witness stand. I just started the second half of this. I love you. So yeah, so Gold looked like she was falling asleep, in my opinion. She did not look very interested in this part of the testimony. So Mr. Boren describes, Mr. Hennessy asked him if he had a work room, a place that he that is in his offices that they prepare for trial. And of course, he does say, yes, I have a war room that I use to prepare for trial. He's accidentally sent an email out by accident. And, he basically just states that, hey, listen, it's happened to everybody. Everybody has sent out an email to somebody that they didn't mean to. It's happened to the best of us. You kind of just, let that party, the party that was the unintended recipient, know that, you sent that in error and to go ahead and disregard it. Even Bob was talking about the other day that there are a lot of law offices that inadvertently at the bottom of their email, it has that disclosure that says, hey, if you are not the intended recipient for this message, please, ignore and delete. Yeah. So, also, that this guy said that he has never been subject to a gag order during a case. He's never had to deal with a case regarding a gag order. Hennessy asked about the security of the war room, how it's kept. This guy says, no signs, no locks on the war room. That, basically, like, there's trusted individuals around there, that you're not really worried. You're not paranoid that somebody's going to be going into your war room and taking your stuff and going and disseminating it out to people that are not supposed to have it. This particular Mr. Bowen, Boren, Mr. Boren worked on what he said was a fairly notorious case known as the Stephen Judy case. And there wasn't really too much like cross at all. It's 1 a.m. there. You're on the west. Are you on the West Coast? You have to be if it's 4 a.m. here. Where you at, Lisa? Dang. Yeah, this is my favorite part of the day too. But I felt like in the morning bit, you got some really good nuggets. And I'm just saying, like, we've discussed some really great nuggets here. But the second half, whoo, baby. I'm about to bring it. Okay. So they go ahead and they have no more questions for Mr. Boren. He is let off the stand, and he's sent on his merry way and excused. The next attorney that they bring forward, and again, let's see, because I want you guys, like, for real to see this photo, because you guys need to know who we're talking about. So on the thumbnail, why is it not? Okay, so I want to know that you guys see what I'm seeing, because I don't think Can somebody let me know if they see that thumbnail photo? Like, is it sharing? I shouldn't have said I was here. The loonies might find me. Oh my goodness, you're so silly. Nobody's coming after you, honey. Nobody. Um, okay, so you can see it. Okay. If you can see my cursor. Okay, so obviously we know that this guy is Steve Mullins. This guy is Jerry Holman. This is Mr. Rector. This is Mr. John Boren, the gentleman that we just got done discussing. This is Miss Kay Beeler. And I know that the photo looks kind of funny, but when I was building the collage, I could only find one photo of this woman that was public, and it was too big for the collage. So I just kind of like maxed it down a little bit and shared it. So I'm sorry. But so this is Mrs. Beeler. This is our next witness. Um, my hubby's in the back where he's in the kitchen making himself a cucumber sandwich. Huh? Oh, you're making a Richard creation. Okay. I see it in the background. He was like he came to up to me to ask me if I was coming to bed soon, but then he walked away and went to the kitchen. What you're seeing in the background actually, if I move out of the way, our TV in our bedroom got broke, and we purchased a new 75-inch TV that we need to put in. And this is luckily like y'all, I don't know what in the world's going on. I guess like I'm getting lucky when it comes to this technology tonight. But my office area is in a separate section of the house, and I'm unable to get into my office area right now for just this second. But I decided to go ahead and do my live in the living room. And for some reason, I don't have a green screen behind me, but this is the image of the Lady Liberty that normally projects on my green screen, and it's projecting itself without a green screen right now. I don't know, like um, I don't know if StreamYard saves, like when you use StreamYard to stream, and if you tell it like you have like a green screen, I don't know if it saves that image in the back like automatically for you to use every time. But I didn't think that you could use that option without the green screen behind you. But I'm grateful that it's there because I really didn't want you guys to see the 75-inch TV behind me. And I was thinking about that in my mind. And I was so shocked when I turned on the deal and that was there. And I was like, it's staying. So I'm not arguing with it. So anyway, so Miss Beeler was our next witness. She is a prior, or she's currently a criminal defense attorney, and she is a prior, um, she's a prior prosecutor for 3 years. She works for the defense PDA since 2004. And if anybody isn't familiar with that acronym, the acronym stands for like the Public Defenders Association. Um, and she's interviewed witnesses. She's gone to the scene. She said that when she was a prosecutor and served, that she was the type of prosecutor who went to the scenes, who looked at all the evidence, who examined the evidence and things like that. Again, it was very standard. They asked her if she had a war room. Of course, her reply was yes. They asked her, have you inadvertently ever sent an email by accident to somebody that was not the intended recipient? And she kind of giggled and she was like, oh yes, that's bound to happen to somebody. And, it's normal. It's human. It's not. And they also asked each of these individuals about consulting with other people regarding their cases and information. Like, and all of them said, yes, it's normal to talk to somebody else. It's normal to, have an accident and send an email somewhere else. So the third, baby, what did you just do? Oh, um, so the third attorney, because that was it, like they didn't do any cross examination with her again. She was let go pretty quickly. Um, the next examination, the next attorney that came up was Andrew Matomowski, and this is Mr. Matomowski right here. All right. And Mr. Matomowski is a current attorney. He is working. He does work for the Marion County Public Defender's Office. Marion County is Indianapolis district. He has experience with anywhere from 30 to 50 jury trials in over 80 counties in the state of Indiana. For anybody that does not know, Indiana consists of 92 counties. Okay. He also said that he had completed trials in, I believe, was it Oklahoma or Ohio, and one other state. Do you remember what states it was that he said, Gambis? He said like two of them. But I didn't write down the states. And he did say that he was familiar with individuals who had priorly been dealing with cases that involved gag orders and protection orders. So again, like the others, he was asked about, had he ever sent an email out to an unintended recipient? The answer was yes. Yes, he had a war room. And he was asked, this particular guy said that, was it him? No, I think it was this John Boren. Anyway, but this was another question that Hennessy had asked all three of them. Sorry. But basically he asked them, would there be any way that you could be on the phone with a client, or you could be in the office with a client, and somebody could possibly inadvertently sneak next to you and make it to your war room? And the answers were, well, yes, I suppose that it's possible. But, you would hope that the people that are surrounding you at that given point in time are pretty much trustworthy, and that they are not like you don't expect for somebody that you trust in your circle to turn around and steal from you, stab you in the back, and then go disseminate that information elsewhere. And I think that it was conveyed by each one of those individuals today, like how easily it would be for somebody to inadvertently go into your room and take something. And it's not necessary, it wouldn't necessarily be your fault, but it is something that could happen, and it could be of importance that in the future you take better precautionary measures to protect something like said war room. So so he was pretty much done. He was dismissed or whatever. And so the next thing that they start to talk about are more exhibits. They mentioned the names, that there was an affidavit written up. I didn't catch what the affidavit was for exactly. It had something to do with something that related to the contempt motion. Something that happened in this was related. But they started submitting case summarization of cases of people. So there was a Stacy DeBama, I didn't catch the Schultz first name. David Humphrey, James Fry, Lisa Johnson, Joel something. Um, Another one out of Lake City. And as Holman's like taking these documents, like he's taking one after another, and he's getting ready to put it on the, on the bench for Judge Goal as he's like submitting it. All of a sudden she denies it, and he just kind of like grabs it and like turns around and goes back to the table and kind of like puts it down. So the next witness was Miss Julie Melvin. And so Julie gets on the stand, and she didn't really get to talk for very long. The first question that they asked Julie was, does she know an individual named Terry Williams? They wanted to know how Julie knew Terry Williams. And of course, the response was that they had met through Missing Case. I don't know, like if it's a group or whatever, but they had met somehow, like I'm assuming maybe social media platforming. There was Exhibit L that was submitted to the courts. And Exhibit L was a copy of Julie Melvin's phone records. And it showed, obviously times and days and links of phone calls exchanged between Terry Williams and Julie Melvin. And there was an objection by the prosecution. Their objection was that Terry Williams was not there to testify. So that was pretty much like nipped in the bud. And yeah, so then Julie was off the stand. Like they didn't let that go for too long at all. Okay. So then Exhibit M, like M, as in Mary, was submitted, and it was an organizational map, and there was an objection by Nick, and he said whatever it was that they were trying to put in, Nick again claimed it's not relevant to the leaks. Everything is relevant to it. Yeah, I it's crazy to me. So that was kind of like the end of that little saga there for a second. And then they called our next witness. Our next witness is Stephen Wood, aka Skip Jansen. So this was very interesting testimony, which was some bullshit since she let Fortson screenshots in, right? Right? Oh my goodness. Okay. So Skip, it seemed like Skip gave no fucks because he had no problem saying anything. Like he was ready to tell it like it was. So he was asked when he met Gary Burdett, aka Fig Solves, aka Fig Mutant, aka Figalot, aka whatever new crazy handle that he has on YouTube. I saw one the other day that's just retarded, and yeah. Anyway, so Stephen Wood states that he first became introduced and met Gary Burdett in January of 2022. Um, they met on a YouTube channel, and they also both participated in a mutual Discord group. Um, he stated that he communicated with Fig a lot, and that Fig had said that he had sources in the case. At which point, Exhibit N, as in Nancy, was submitted into the courts. And this is a flash drive of a video from YouTube. So in June 16th of 2023, his source, okay, so it was a video of Fig, and this video came out on YouTube on June 16th, 2023. And he was bragging that there was going to be a release of a document coming, and that it was a big document. What did that document turn out to be, ladies and gentlemen? Well, that document turned out to be I think the probable cause, the unredacted probable cause affidavit. And it's really strange, because they're saying June. I want to say that sucker may have come out in August. Anyway, but for future reference, I remember when this happened. Because I got to see the unredacted copy. I have a copy of the unredacted probable cause because it was passed to me. I didn't ask for it, but I did get that one. And so, again, that was considered a document that was a part of the leaks. Okay. So there was the unredacted probable cause, and then there was another 20 to 25 hard drives. And before the switching of counsel, they were saying that there were anywhere from 20 to 25 hard drives, and there was flash drives, but the number of flash drives, there were 8 before. There were eight that were missing, that were there before the redissemination of the discovery was made out and sent out to people. Which was symbol? Gambit, skip, hearts. Me, them, one me, them, zero, something dumb. Yeah, it is. One, yeah, it's crazy. Because at this point, I hate to say it, but at this point, some of these people seem to think that they aren't going to face consequences for anything that's happened. And I hate to say it, but if you're assuming that if you had a hand in this, for real, deeply, that something is not going to be said, and that somebody is not going to come knocking at your door and asking you questions, I'm telling you right now, it's coming. It's coming. Hennessy, again, reiterated that he was working to preserve the record so that these things could be and are being investigated further. So keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. Was anything different on that PCA? Yes, there was a difference between, they referred to it as PCA 1.0, and then they referred to the second one as PCA 2.0. And basically what they said was that it was a rough draft that was in the works. So the first one, they had drafted it up and they had what they had, and then it was, you know what I mean? And as the second one was coming out, the more they know, the more they added or whatever. But apparently Mr. Burdett was on his YouTube channel and he was bragging about these things on his channel. Um, you know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. So after we're fed that information, uh, he Mr. Skip is let's see. Yeah. So oh, and they talked to, yeah, two separate versions. So there are two separate versions of the PCA. And then when they ask Skip Jensen, did Fig, aka Gary Burdett, ever reveal to you who his source was? Skip's answer was yes. And they said, do you know the name of that person that Gary Burdett claims to be in contact with? And Skip Jensen's answer was yes, Nicholas McLeland. So, at which point they do like a recross of questions on Steve Mullins. Because like earlier in the day, he had, answered a little bit about these questions and these emails and, stuff like that. But basically, what was it? I can't remember. Was it the second time or the third time that he talked about the DVR? The DVR. Hold on, I got to go back over here to his third, because they recalled Mr. Mullins to the stand 3 times. And they called Holman back to the stand a couple of times too. Oh, okay. No, so that's not until the third time for the DVR. Okay. So, Mr. Mullins gets back on the stand. They kind of like reiterate this information, and ask him questions again. It's like Holman, or not Holman, but Mullins was like tripping up and he was caught in some blatant lies. My brain is just like bloop, bloop, bloop. But I know like it'll be my luck that like I get done with this and then I'll be like, crap, I forgot what like, you know what I mean? Because Mullins was not up there very long. It was very snap fast, like maybe a couple questions, and then he was like right off the stand again. And the questions weren't even anything that like would catch your attention. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't anything that seemed like it was just crazy relevant. It was like a quick kick. So I didn't write anything down. I just, said they put him up there, asked a couple questions, boom. So yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, so next, they put Holman back on the stand for a recross. And they're asking about the leaks. They want to know about the leaks. So Holman, they asked Holman if he knew what Mr. Cohen's handle was on Reddit. Mr. Holman's answer was Funk Cohen 87. Cohen stated that, or Holman stated that, quote unquote, Mark Robert Cohen was the individual who relinquished Did you see when Skip was asked about Goal's secretary? No. I listen, I'm not kidding you when I tell you that I got stuck in the last row on the right side of the room, and the acoustics in there sometimes were absolutely horrendous. Like, I felt so bad because Bob and Gimby's were sitting in front of me, but there was a couple of times that like I leaned forward in my chair, and one time I almost hit my head on Bob by accident. And like I guess, like to Bob, I got too close because he like turned his head around and I was like, I'm so sorry. But I was struggling to hear what was said. I didn't hear it. Gambiz, did you hear it? I mean, if you did and I missed it, could you fill me in, please and thank you? I'd appreciate it. Um, so um so again, they asked how he pointed at her. Girl, I was just looking down at the paper while I was writing. Like I was writing a million miles a minute and all I was doing I didn't even look up. Literally, I just kept like scribbling because there was so much coming at one time. It was insane. Okay. So this was another major nugget, y'all, that they said today. Okay. So, according to Holman, it was the photos and stuff were disseminated from Mark Robert Cohen and sent to Murder Sheets being Kevin Greenlee and Anya Kane. Um, and Holman, they asked, what happened with them. And Holman was very adamant and insisted that Mr. Greenlee and Mrs. Kane did not post these images on the internet, that they immediately had called him, and that uh, they were able to start getting it to where people knew what was going on. People were being asked to go ahead and delete the images, um, or whatever. And y'all remember when Murder Sheets had posted on their group community page, saying that they had the photos. They don't think it's right to share them. They aren't going to share them, being respectful, blah, blah, blah. Y'all remember that, right? Okay. So something that was also revealed today was there were some more photos other than the girls dead. There was a photo of a footprint and there was a photo of a tripod that was left at the scene. I'll repeat that for you for the people who didn't hear me. There were two photos that were not of the girls. The photos, one was a picture of a footprint. The other one was a photo of a tripod. So, they talked about their Murder Sheets interaction with Mike Thomas. They had asked, yes, Benny, I'm for real when I say that there was a picture of a footprint and a picture of a tripod. And baby, the big, like, oh my God, I can't wait to tell y'all because you guys are going to like, your jaw is going to fucking drop. I'm not kidding you. It's big. It's very big. So, they asked about Mike Thomas, um, and the whole who Mike Thomas was, and Holman said, well, he used to be like a chief deputy for the Carroll County Sheriff's Department, and there was kind of like an objection made and whatever, and they moved past the subject of Mike Thomas quite quickly. Um, whole Hennessy asked a very, very important question to Mr. Holman. He wanted to know if they ever investigated the leaked search warrant of Ron Logan. Of course, the answer was no, they did not. So that was it for Holman. He got off the stand right then and there. And Rozzy got on the stand. And so Brad Rozzy got up there. They start to talk about the issue of the gag order. Obviously, we talked about this once before. Nick McClellan claimed that the gag order was issued on December 1st, that the defense had done a media interview on December 2nd. However, that was untrue. It was then pointed out in open court that the gag order was issued on December 2nd, and that the media interview was completed on December 1st. And so they asked why. Hennessy asked why would you guys do that media press conference, because then Nick starts complaining again and again. Judge, we had this conversation in chambers, and we talked about this gag order, and we talked about it, and the defense said that they did not want to try this case in the media and all of that jazz. And so Hennessy says, so why would you choose to go through and complete like this media this media interview? And Mr. Rozzy's answer was that you want your client to know that you are behind them, and it also helps to gain credibility with your client. Also, he expressed that there had been numerous calls from many press outlets. There were inquiries made to his office from different media outlets such as Rolling Stone magazine. There were some UK press people calling. They all wanted that information. Lisa, it's coming. It's coming, honey. I wonder who has tripod. It's coming. Okay. Because the bombshells that came out were absolutely like jaw dropping. So Rozzy had said that they wanted to go ahead and they wanted to put the media arrest. They wanted to give people some answers, but they also wanted to kind of give Richard the understanding that they are behind him 1,000%, and it helps them build their relationship. Okay. So Hennessy says, in late October of 2022, shortly after the arrest, when Baldwin and Rozzy, had spoke, well, I'm getting this. They said late October 2022, but obviously that has to be wrong because the December press conference was on December 1st. Okay, so.
And honey, do you want the rest of this? I can't finish it.
What is that?
One of my creations. It's cheese, green peppers, and bacon.
Sure, I'll do it. Thank you, love.
Welcome.
Okay. So, essentially, Hennessy asked, also another purpose of this press conference would be for the public to see, but it would give the public an option or whatever to be able, it was kind of like a plea for help as well to the public. And it was a way to generate some tips of value that could come in for the defense. And Hennessy said, um, did anything of value come in? And Brad said, oh, yeah, some really good tips came in, some really important and validated tips that have to do with the investigation came in. Um, and Hennessy asked Rossi, did you have anything to do with um, the dissemination of the email to Brandon Woodhouse? And Rossi said, no. He stated that the wrongfully sent email was reported in March of 2023. And he said it was reported immediately after he had learned of the leak on October 9th. Holman, um, again, I reiterated in my notes from my own thoughts. And maybe I don't know how to do it. Like, maybe I can set something up on Discord, like a separate a separate page where we can do maybe a listen party or a watch party if anyone is interested. If you want to go through those recordings and stuff or listen to that recording, we can do that. So if somebody is interested in that, comment in the section or comment, right now. And maybe we can schedule something so everybody can kind of get together and they can hear some stuff for themselves if they so choose. So again, going back to when the whole situation happened as far as the deposition of Mr. Holman, Mr. Rector, Mr. Mullins, and Mr. Westerman. And obviously now we know Professor Tolko, Turco. Yeah. I don't know why I said Tuco. We all know that they were deposed on March 1st now because it was talked about. But again, it was reiterated with Brad that the photo that Holman was able to identify over the phone by description called in from murder sheets was not, in fact, one of the photos that was shown to Holman during deposition. Again, Brad reiterated that photographs 3 and 4 were the only 2 photographs of the 5 that were used during deposition that they showed Holman. And when asked about the preparation of the photographs and stuff, Brad Rossi said that the defense did not prepare those photos with those markings. Again, we're going back to, as far as reference, when we're talking about the markings, we're talking about the rectangle, the black rectangular blur that was placed in the photograph over Libby's lady parts, and the circle that was, obviously the circles that were, placed above on her lady aboves. So again, like I said, Rossi said that those photos were not prepared by the defense. Something handwritten. There was a handwritten diagram also. Something about a handwritten diagram. So they start talking about they start referring to the November 2022 in chambers meeting where it was referenced, where there was the talk of not needing a gag order, not trying this case in the public sector. Also, they referred to a discussion that was had on 1031. Okay, so the chamber discussion took place on 1031. Um, I don't before the hearing. I remember. Okay, yeah. So remember we have those in chambers transcripts and all that other jazz that goes along with the transcripts are from the 19th, the 31st. So there's a gag order discussion in chambers on the 31st. And Hennessy asked Rossi what the purpose of issuing a gag order would be. Um, and Rossi's reply was that, they're put in place to primarily prevent relationships, prevent um, releasing information to the media that should not be uh, put out there and disseminated. So he says, it kind of uh, puts you in a position of having to learn how to communicate and to maneuver your communications when you're speaking with people who could be possible witnesses during the investigative process. Um, Rossi was then asked about the Purdue report, and Rossi's statement was that the Purdue report, um, he wasn't even sure how Barbara McDonald got it. Um, he said no sooner than he had printed off the page and had it in his hand that Barbara McDonald, he literally was watching Barbara McDonald on Court TV with the same exact report that he had received only minutes earlier. So that was a very interesting statement. Um, yeah, and he said that he was standing there watching Court TV and watching something about this Turco report that he knows for a fact that he himself did not release, and he does not believe that Baldwin disseminated that report out either. They Hennessy asked Mr. Rossi if he was familiar with what would be the public defender guidelines and how those state protocols are upheld. Um, and Rossi verified that yes, he was certified and actually had experience and was very well versed in the protocols and the rules, and that he knew what needs to be done and in place to uphold those rules and practices. Um, and so um, Hennessy asked him what would be the protocol with, the leaks being released. And again, there was another objection. Nick's like, there's no, again, these people said in this in chambers meeting that there was no gag needed, blah, 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 blah. Same shit, different day. Okay. um, so apparently, the email, the unintended email was sent out in late December. And again, Nick pointed out that this unintended recipient received email was also now another secondary violation of the gag order, according to him. So, in December 2022, it says Woodhouse reported in March of 2023. So I guess they didn't find out until March of 2023 that this stuff was on Brandon Woodhouse's thing, but I don't think that that's true. Like, because I remember Woodhouse releasing all of that stuff in September, like around the time that the Franks memo was dropping. So Nick also popped off and said that, Rozzy, he said Rozzy told two separate stories. He was interviewed twice, and that he told two separate stories when he was interviewed. Nick claimed that in the initial interview with Rozzy that he had stated that Westerman was a consultant to the office and that there was a vast difference in his testimony the second time that he was interviewed because according to Nick, the second time that Rozzy was interviewed, the story then changed that Westerman was never anybody who was a consultant for the firm or anybody that information was disclosed to. Um, and it's just, I don't know, that's freaking crazy. And so after um, he pops off and says, Rozzy has been caught pretty much lying, because he said that Westerman was a consultant, then it changed that he wasn't a consultant. He said if the shoe were on the other foot, they would be screaming from the mountaintops to have me removed. And the family risks having to get on the internet and seeing the crime scene photos possibly floating around somewhere. Um, and then after Nick popped off and had that little bit to say, Hennessy got a hit or quitter, like a bit of a smack to Nick's mouth because Hennessy said, "Well, if the photos are still out there, it's your investigator's fault because nobody went out there and tried to stop this. Nobody went out there investigating this. Nobody tried to stop it." And Nick's response was, "But there's no evidence. There is no evidence." Um, so they move on from that. And Rossi is asked about Mitchell Westerman's deposition. He indicates that Mitchell Westerman gave a 2-hour deposition that was audio and video recorded on the March 1st. There there was an order. I can't remember exactly what it was that was raised at this second. Again, sorry, but it was an issue and that Mr. Hennessy had raised, and Judge Gold told him that she would give him another week to go ahead and put that argument in a post hearing memorandum. And she would give him until March 25th, or yeah, she she would give him till March 25th, and then McLeland had some other motion that he wanted to bring to the court's attention, and she told him to go ahead and file his brief as well. And the brief for that is due on April 1st. So I don't know exactly. I can't remember exactly what it was. I'm sure it'll come to mind. So again, Miss Gold, Judge Gold reiterated that the jury questionnaires were sent out on March 14th. And they were going to be, talking about a motion to dismiss for exculpatory evidence. So we go from that to there is no evidence. So Nick feels the defense broke the gag order with no evidence. Either you're pregnant or you're not. Basically what it was that anytime that the defense had suggested that they had evidence or that there was evidence that Nick had something to do with these leaks in some way, like he had an interaction with somebody he wasn't supposed to have an interaction with, or there was information that was being disseminated that they blatantly said that they could say that it's not coming from the defense. Like there's proof because of the markings on there. And I think that they suspect that it was possibly Nick having to do with that stuff as well. Like, not, I'm not saying like the crime scene photos, but definitely like the leaked, the leaked information that Fig was peddling around. Um, what else was I gonna say? Oh, but basically, anytime today or anytime yesterday that the defense started to say, you know, Nick had something to do with this, like, this is what it is. Nick's like, nope, judge, it's not relevant. It's not relevant. I don't see how this is relevant to this case. I don't see where he thinks that this is going. And immediately it was like Gold was shutting it down. She was shutting it down. She was, overruling some of the objections, but there were some good times where um there was some really important stuff said, and um Miss Miss Judge Gold did take several things under advisement yesterday. She noted that she was taking some of these things under judicial advisement. So it was really interesting. So for me, this next part is, in my opinion, the most bombshell witness of the entire day yesterday, in my opinion. And that witness is Mr. Todd Click here. Ooh, that's blurry, I think. But yeah, Mr. Todd Click. And this is the last the last viable witness that actually got to testify and speak, probably a lot more, honestly, than anyone else, in my opinion, on leeway as far as things that were being allowed. I see, your explanation makes sense. Thank you. All right, so we're talking about Todd Click. Todd Click was a former Rushville police officer. Currently, he serves as a probation officer in Rushville. Um, and uh, was he was one of the investigators that was sent to provide investigational support. He was paired with FBI agent Greg Ferenczi and FBI agent Kevin Murphy. And he began conducting interviews until, and he was conducting, what is it? He I don't know, something about 3 years, I can't remember. So in June of 2018, he stopped working. He quit working for the police department. And he was very adamant was the day that Mr. Ferraci was shot. And he was killed on July 7th, 2021. He said, that's the day I quit. I stopped. He said in June of 2018, Murphy, Ferenczi, and so Murphy and Ferenczi had come to the Rushville Police Department, and they had requested to use their interview room so that they can interview a man that they wanted to question. This man was named Elvis Fields. So the defense broke the gag order. The family didn't. Laughable, right? Yeah, because there's a lot of things that haven't come out yet, and I'm sure that they're going to be really like hitting the fan. So anyway, um, Ferenczi and Murphy had traveled to Rushville, Indiana, because they were going to interview Elvis Fields. Um, of course, they asked if they could use their interview room as well as operating the equipment for the audio and visual recording. Um, Mr. Hennessy asked Mr. Click uh, if he was familiar with Elvis Fields. Um, his answer was yes. He was familiar with Elvis Fields. And that Detective Murphy and Ferenczi had showed up at the Rushville Police Department and informed him that they had been looking for a couple people. After inquiring as to who they were looking for, the names Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall were said to be the two individuals that Ferenczi and Murphy were seeking. They asked Mr. Click if they were able to find a connection or a tie between Bradley Holder and Elvis Fields. And in fact, Mr. Click said yes, he was able to get online and get on social media pages. He was able to find and review photographs. Some of these photographs were of the groups of the Vinlander social group. So the defense attorney, the lady, Miss Diener, gets up and she's like, I'm sorry, but exactly how do you know that these people were Vinlanders? And Todd Click says, because in the photograph, they were wearing t-shirts that had Vinlander scrolled across the t-shirt. So she asks, or yeah, okay, so the objection is sustained. And Hennessy asks, well, what are the Vinlanders? And Todd Click's answer was that they were a white nationalist group that practiced Norse and pagan religion. They started asking about Johnny Messner, and they asked if they were able to present a connection between Johnny Messner and Elvis Fields. Todd Click said, yes. In fact, they were able to establish this connection between Johnny Messner and Elvis Fields because Elvis Fields, or Johnny Messner's uncle, was a roommate of Elvis Fields. And so after the leaks had come out or whatever, and I'm not sure which leak that they're referring to, quite frankly. And I'm assuming that it had to be one of the older leaks because Click said that at the time that he had contacted both Pharisee and Murphy to advise them that there were photos of 5 individuals and links. So at which point Johnny Messner was brought in and he was questioned. And so they had asked Johnny Besser if he had tried to recruit other people into the group? And his initial answer was no. But they ended up interviewing a guy along the way, or a girl. No, it's a girl. It's got to be a girl. It's got to be the ex girlfriend, named Taylor Hornberry, Hornbay. Okay. Um, and the ex girlfriend provided photos to Click as well of the Vinlanders and the social, club or whatever. But also, she contacted Click to let him know that she had retained a cell phone that had previously belonged to Johnny Messer, and she felt that this particular cell phone, which they refer to as the Goldilocks phone, would be of particular interest to law enforcement officers, as there was a video on this phone contained of a victim that was kidnapped by gunpoint and taken to woods. There was videos of this. Also, there were sticks fashioned on this person. They were led away from like kidnapping by gunpoint. Um, and there was like they weren't able to see the victim's like face or whatever, but Click said that they had tried to find this victim and tried to investigate this crime, but they were unable to locate the victim or any information regarding this particular crime. So weird. um and it's not because it's weird, it's because they didn't care enough to go looking. So did they get on to the subject of Joyce Moffat? And if any of you are unaware of who Joyce Moffat is one of two siblings of sisters of Elvis Fields. She had confirmed to investigators that she directly heard Elvis make statements to her, confirmed that he was there at the murder scene. He confirmed that he had helped to commit the crimes in the woods. He talked about the antlers in the girls' hair. And even at one point during his interview, Elvis Fields admits that he is the man on the bridge. Anyway, so after they have this interaction with Mr. Elvis Fields, Mr. Click claims that um, he tried to get in contact with somebody from Unified Command to have them try to attempt to secure a search warrant, but he never heard anything back, and no search warrant was ever um, retained in this matter. So they began to interview other people. And the next person that Todd Click verifies that they tried to interview was a man by the name of Josh Crisper, Krisper. This man has been identified as an American Guard, as well as a member of a Make America Great Again group with the Vinlanders. There's also another name. I didn't catch the first name, but the last name that was mentioned was McKinley. And there was a house that they would all kick it at. Whoever this person was, the last name was McKinley, but it was somewhere there they would go and they would congregate and they would have like their Vinlanders like group meetings and stuff at this person's home. Another individual that Mr. Click had mentioned that he identified as the head of the American Guard was a man named Brian James, BrianJames. Now, Mr. James has a very interesting connection to Elvis Fields. So, not only is Brian James the head of the American Guard, but Brian James is also a truck driver. And he is a truck driver who transports hogs to a hog livestock farm, and the two farms that he transports and delivers hogs to are located in Delphi and Logansport. Today, it was released that Elvis Fields had also been working for this same livestock company unloading hogs, and he was being paid under the table and had interactions with this gentleman. So then they move on. They move on from this truck driver. Now they've got the connection between Messner and Fields. They've got a connection between these two individuals from the white supremacy groups to this, truck driver that's a white supremacist head who has direct contact with Elvis Fields constantly, all the time during work hours. So they move on from that, and Todd Click starts talking about how, as he was investigating and looking into things, he began to notice that on both Brad Holder and Elvis Fields' Facebook pages, that they were posting similar photos at the same time. Some of these photos were pictures of sticks placed in different arrangements. There was pictures of pocket folding knives. There was pictures of trees.
Let me interrupt you, but I think, well, the market side, we should sell that. Look at this. Tell me what you recognize. I know, you're in the middle of it. I'm
You
sorry.
need to stop this. Stop
Just
that.
pay attention real quick. Sorry, guys, 1 second. All right, so you're about to see in a second. You'll see in just a second, but you'll recognize some of these. See that?
Yes, I
Hold
see
on.
it. Hold on to those. They're going to be worth more later.
Well, watch.
Okay.
But you see what I'm saying?
Yes, but I
The
don't.
market's high. We should.
I don't think that this is the time to let it go. It's old, it's nostalgic, and it's collectible. Don't do it. It'll be worth more later. Okay, so again, we're going back to the pictures of the sticks placed in different arrangements, the pictures of the pocket folding knife, pictures of the trees. And there was a video that came up missing. And the video, I'm not really sure what was on the video. But again, here it was that Nick jumped up. They're discussing this video, and Nick says that video is not of any importance. It has no exculpatory value in all of this. And Click made the statement that, in his opinion, law enforcement has operated in bad faith. So there was an objection, and the objection was for hearsay regarding Elvis Fields' statement. And the defense pointed out that according to the statute and law, that there is a exception for hearsay when an individual is claiming their personal involvement in a crime. So again, now Todd Click is talking about, he was asked if there was ever any more statements or anything made in regards to Elvis Fields. And Mr. Click had revealed that the second sister, Mary Abrams, had come in, and she reiterated to the law enforcement that Elvis Fields had told her that he was in the woods. He gave her description of things that happened during the murder. He talked about the antlers in the head. He talked about that he was a part of a brotherhood, but he also told his sister that he was going to be going away for a very long time. Um, and so, uh, Hennessy had asked what he had learned the relationship was kind of like between Elvis Fields and Patrick Westfall and Brad Holder. And Mr. Click's response was that Mr. Westfall and Mr. Holder both seem to have a very strong and influential um, influence over Mr. Fields. Um, and that, again, Mr. Fields had indicated and admitted again to being at the crime scene. They're putting the sticks in the hair of Abby. Um, he admitted to things that only like the crime scene investigators would know, or somebody that was at the crime would be able to attest to. Um, he also talked to his sister about laying the sticks on the bodies. Um, and so, uh, of course, we all know that the Breaks Memorandum talks about the fact that both sisters for Elvis Fields, both Mary Abrams as well as um, Joyce Moffat, both were polygraphed um, by Miss Stephanie Thompson, who was the polygrapher for ISP. And we do know that later her and her daughter were found shot to death and their home set on fire um, in an unsolved arson case that is still open to this day. We all know this. Um, Thank you so much. I saw nothing yesterday and I love that you were explaining it. I appreciate it. You're so welcome. Because a lot of this stuff I kind of feel like, and I'm not trying to be funny, but like, yeah, there are some channels who talked about some things, but I feel like people glossed over like the big highlights. And for me, I'm just not that type of person who can just gloss over the highlights. Like I said before, I really feel that it's important to really in depthly go over this information and explain how we got where we got and what we've learned and where we are now. So I really, um, yes, they died by gunshot and the house was set on fire. So, and this is not the first set of people that have died by gunshot wound with their homes set on fire. Um, then you have other problems with people coming up dead, like a judge that was working on his own car that mysteriously a jack collapsed and killed him. Um, you have other people that have also been shot, their home set on fire. There's a lot of that going on. That's a lot of the MO. A lot of the MO is shooting the victims in the head and then destroying the evidence by fire. And accelerants are used, but we don't know what accelerants have been used because they don't seem to be able to pinpoint any of these accelerants by name or whatever. We just get told that yes, there's a verification that accelerants are used and that it's been deemed a arson. So yeah. So after this whole situation, like clicks there while they're interviewing Elvis Fields. And so he states that he goes to leave um, from there, and man, it's so fucking crazy. Um, that pretty much this was kind of like the last interview that Mr. Click had participated in. Um, because Mr. Hennessy said, okay, so after you learned this information and after all of this, like, what did you do with this? And Mr. Click said, I did nothing after this because Faraci had been shot and killed. He said, I quit working the day Faraci was shot and killed. Greg Faraci was shot. Okay, let's put this like this. Okay. This man lost his life allegedly right now because the man is still facing charges and going to have to still go to trial court in May. Shane Meehan, and I will say this, I am planning to go to Mr. Meehan's hearings as well because I want to know more about what happened with Mr. Ferenczi. Yes, he was an FBI agent, Benny. So he was the FBI agent. Okay, do you remember in the Frank's memorandum when they were talking about the 3 officers that had compiled what was known as the Odin Report? The Odin Report was compiled by Todd Click, Greg Faraci, and Kevin Murphy. They were the 3 individuals that had kept that blog of all of this stuff going on. And it was in Terre Haute. I want to say it was Terre Haute, Indiana. Mr. Shane Meehan had went to the FBI facility that day. He proceeded to throw a Molotov cocktail at the door. And when he threw the Molotov cocktail at the door, Mr. Greg Ferenczi exited the building to go deal with him, and he was shot and killed. So, again, Click said, I didn't do anything. Click didn't do anything again until the PCA affidavit, the probable cause affidavit again was released for Richard Allen. And Mr. Click indicated that the PCA bothered him. He was very upset by it. Again, in his mind, there was not enough of anything there at all to go and get a search warrant. You know what I mean? Like, or not a search warrant, but like, yeah, there wasn't enough there. He felt like that there wasn't enough there. There wasn't enough evidence against Richard Allen for that to be retained. Also, he was concerned that this Odin report was there. All of this information was there, and nobody had bothered to even follow up on it. So after Mr. Click had tried to reach out to, McLeland, well, he didn't try to reach out to McLeland's office on his own. He said that he contacted a friend that is a former prosecutor, and that former prosecutor helped him to draft a letter that was then sent to Nicholas McLeland, indicating his concern regarding the information against Richard Allen not being strong enough. He again reiterated his concern regarding the individuals of Patrick Westfall, Brad Holder, Johnny Messer, and so on and so forth or whatever. Okay. And so not only was this letter drafted on April 28th, 2023, but Click said that they purposely made sure that it was on file and on record that Nick did receive this letter that was drafted from this attorney and Click, and they sent the letter by certified mail for McLeland to sign for in June of 2018. Um, and Click had stated that, because like that Odin report and everything, like they spent time on the investigations and they had collected, more viable info on their investigation before all this went down, before Mr. Faraci lost his life. Um, I'm not sure if Mr. Murphy is alive, if he's like, what the deal is with that. I don't know. Um, I don't know. I think Mr. Murphy is passed, but I'm not sure. I will have to look and reconfirm that one. Um, so, um, in April 2018, there was the memorandum document sent out, notifying that they're notifying the defense regarding the um, missing content from the DVR recorder that was missing. Um, what's really interesting about this is that um, Mr. Mullins testified that um, immediately, like almost immediately after those initial interviews that were taken between February 14th and February 20th were recorded over, he knew immediately that those things were gone. But Mr. Mullins failed to mention, he mentioned it to McLeland, but Mr. McLeland and Mr. Mullins kept it and failed to mention that this hard drive with all of these interviews had been taped over and lost. They did not reveal that to the defense until August of 2023. So the Mr. Mullins was asked to provide police reports or audio and video recordings that were available. And they were talking about, like there was evidence that was sitting there and it was piling up and piling up. And Mullins' job is literally to prepare that evidence, to get it ready, to take it over, to drop it off to the defense, to create like a chain of evidence, I guess is what you would call it. I think that's what you call it. But, create the chain of evidence, like the history of everything collected and blah, blah, blah. Okay. So at one point, Mr. Mullins has not brought them pieces of discovery for quite some time. And Mr. Mullins had popped off when he was asked about it. He had popped off and said that nobody had asked him to bring them any evidence. He had to be forcibly like told, like, hey, can you please bring this evidence here that you're sitting on? And each time, like, they had to beg for pieces of evidence. Okay. So something else that was really interesting that was withheld from the defense were phone extractions, particularly a phone extraction that was withheld from the defense was the extraction of the cell phone of Patrick Westfall. Also, yeah, that was it. That was it. Patrick Westfall's report was withheld from them. And so there was a thumb drive, an interview that was on a thumb drive, a cell phone extraction data of Patrick Westfall, that was all withheld. So it said that while while they had Elvis Fields and uh, interrogation at the Rushville Police Department, Vito said that he had gone in and spoken and received a brief summary um, during the interrogation from Ferenczi and Murphy, and that as he was getting ready to leave the station, that Brad Holder was sitting in the lobby when he walked out and drove himself back to Westfield. Um, and Click said that after that interview and after that interaction, he was never contacted by anyone again at that point, until baby mama, um, Alicia Nicole, who is the baby mama of Johnny Messer, reached out to him and indicated again that he had the cell phone. She had a cell phone that contained that video of the kidnapping. Um, and again, this is the point that Mr. Click referred to this particular cell phone as the Goldilocks cell phone. Um, and so Mr. Click indicates that he made a phone call to Jerry Holman and indicated to Jerry Holman the information that, hey, baby mom's got this cell phone. Like, we need this. We need to go get it. Holman assures Click that he's going to go over there. He's going to get this cell phone. And 2 weeks go by, and Miss Nicole reaches back out to Mr. Click because no one from Unified Command has bothered to show up to come and retrieve this phone. And so eventually, Mr. Click went and retrieved the cell phone on his own and turned it over to the defense. Give me just a second. I am so sorry about that, guys. Okay, so um anyways, so again, they there was a man that Click had contacted, actually, by the name of Brian Albee. That's who he was in, that he had contacted after he found out that the phone was not picked up. And it wasn't Click who went and picked it up personally. It was this Brian Albee guy who went over and picked up the phone and made sure that the phone ended up making it to the hands of the defense. Okay. So, of course, there was a Cellbrite extraction completed on Patrick Westfall's phone. They did the extraction to recover both current and deleted data. And there was a thumb drive that contained the data from Westfall's phones. The date of the extraction for Westfall's phone was August 12th, 2023, and Click said that he had no training in Cellbrite. And Click also indicated that on his way out to leave to go back to Westfield, that Brad Holder was in the lobby. Um, the thumb drive that was turned over contains a um, audio and video, or no, an audio recording with Brad Holder of an interview that was completed on August 30th, 2023. Um, and so the defense had indicated pretty much like argue like was upset because at this given point in time before this, they did not know that all of that information was gone from the DVR, like all of those interviews and stuff. Okay. So the defense reaches out to the prosecution and says, listen, um, you know, you guys interviewed Holder in 2017. Um, we, you know, we want to re-interview it. We interviewed him in August, on August 30th of 2023, and we're looking to go ahead and get these interviews so that we can compare and contrast the different statements that were made via Mr. Holder and the difference in his testimony between the first time that he was interviewed and the second time that he was interviewed. All right. So, again, this is when they find out that this information is gone. Okay. And so, again, Holman stresses on the record that this missing evidence has value. It has huge value. Um, so, um, something about Holder never asked Fields. Okay. So, again, when Mr. Click asked, or they asked Mr. Click if he had spoken to anyone else, regarding like Holder and Fields and Messner or whatever, um, the ex-wife, Miss, um, was it her name, Brandy? I think it's Brandy Holder. If I got it wrong, please forgive me because I'm starting to get like bogged down a little bit, but I'm trying to get through this for us. So, anyway, Holder's ex-wife again let Mr. Click know that there was a breakup in bad blood between Holder and Westfall. Holder indicated to her that there was a ritual that had gone bad, a disagreement. And so the disagreement came down to a ritual. So then it's shifted over. They start asking about, were there any different contrasts between the different interviews that you saw for Brad Holder in 2017 and the interview that just recently was had in 2023. It was indicated that during Brad Holder's first interview, that was completed on February 17th, 2017. And this is one of the interviews that went missing. And we know what's in the interview because there was an officer who wrote up a report about the interview, but it wasn't a very detailed report, but it was enough to let them know some main key components that had been logged during that given point in time. I know, Benny. That Meehan guy, I just looked up so far. They're not saying a motive. He had 3 more Molotov cocktails. If you look at that guy's history, like it's crazy. He's former military. That guy ran to be mayor of the town that he was living in. Um, all kinds of stuff. Like I don't know, but like there's a lot going on there. I'm just saying, like, look at him deeper for real, because this is going to be important, in my opinion. Um. So anyway, so after the defense puts in this request to the prosecution for these taped interviews, um, they don't receive anything for 4 months. Um, and again, I'm not sure if I reiterated it, but the difference between the 2 interviews was that on February 17th, 2017, Brad Holder's statement was that he had only met Abby one time. When he was re interviewed in August of 2023, Brad Holder's statement changed from that he had met Abby one time to he had never met Abby in his life. So that's pretty interesting, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Um. So. Um. So after the defense had received Click's information, because Click reached out to them and said, "Hey, I've got this information with the cellular device and all of the things that happened that he witnessed and he saw." Um, and the defense reached out to the prosecution. The defense did not receive anything else from the prosecution for 4 months after that. So in Mr. Todd Click's opinion, Elvis Fields is not a very smart man. He said he doesn't know if he has an intellectual disability or not. That on, the video, this video back here. Remember, they said that they lost another video, that they were unable to whatever, but apparently, on this particular video, this video is of a ritual that had gone bad. The ritual was completed in a forest by a river. And when they asked Brad Holder, "Why are you and Westfield no longer friends?" He said it was a ritual gone bad, that Westerman was pushing to move from sacrificing animals to something more nefarious, i.e., sacrificing another human being. And so Holder claims that he wasn't down with the get down on that. So that is why him and Westfall are no longer friends. And so that was the end of Click's information testimony today. The next testimony, the next individual to get on the stand at this point in time was Amber Holder, obviously the ex-wife of Brad Holder. She didn't even get to talk very long at all. She was asked her age. She said that she was 33 years old. She was asked how many times that she had spoken to police. She indicated that she spoke to police 2 times. She said the first time that she spoke with officers was at her grandmother's house, and the second time uh, she had spoken to the officers was a 1 hour interview that she did with authorities shortly after the murders of the girls. And this is another one of these big interviews that have been deleted. So this DVR held 6 terabytes of space and storage. And according to Mr. Mullins, like this terabyte was fairly new to the department. Um, and we'll get into because it's going to go back to like recross where he goes on the third time, and that's when he comes up with the sorry excuses. Because 6 terabytes of space holds quite a bit. In fact, I Googled how much space or how many video hours you could get on a 6 terabyte hard drive. And the answer was that you would be able to store 1.5 million hours of video before that 6 terabyte hard drive would be full. So I want you to think about that very carefully, because they go back and they ask Mullins about the DVR, and he indicated that the DVR was a fairly new system. He was the one who installed the system. It's insane to me. I don't believe for 1 second that that DVR was just left on and things were just recorded over. In my opinion, I believe things were purposely deleted, and I believe that they were purposely deleted for a reason. Because what's even more insane to me, and it's made very clear to people who were in the courtroom yesterday, was that they only initially released to the public that the interviews from February 14th to the 20th of February were missing. But then, ladies and gentlemen, we not only find out that those crucial beginning hours are missing, but as this moves along, they find out that there's 3 more months of interviews missing. Good morning, Lakeside Justice. Wow, I haven't seen you in forever. So the 3 more months of video that is missing are for the dates of April 28th, 2017 until June 30th of 2017. So you have 3 more months worth of DVR recordings that are missing as well. So again, initially in that memorandum that was filed, publicly, we knew before walking into this court date that the interviews from the 14th of February 2017 to the February 20th, 2017 were gone. Dunsky. Nobody was expecting to learn that all of these interviews from April 28th of 2017 to June 30th of 2017 are now missing and gone as well. I would like for that to sink in. Is your guys' mind blown as big as mine is when I heard that? Because to me, that was just confirmation of foul play when it comes to that particular DVR and the contents of that DVR and what's missing. That's just in my opinion. You don't have to take it as gospel or whatever, but That's my sentiments on it personally. Um, so Holman, apparently, it was also said that Holman had not, Holman or investigators had not contacted anybody, I guess, or contacted Brad until August of 2023. And again, Brad Holder um, apparently confessed to uh, Amber about things that happened that day in the woods, um, about the animal sacrifices protected by powerful people. Um, and again, they referred to um, because she couldn't talk, like it, like they cut her off. Like there was a sidebar, and the judge said basically that because Amber was not one of these people that were listed into the document as somebody who would be testifying, that uh, that Brad had confessed to Amber, um, that he had told her that Patrick Westfall wanted to move on to bigger things, uh, more more edgier stuff when it came to he was tired of sacrificing animals and he wanted to up the game. Brad said that Patrick Westfall was protected by very powerful people. And he confessed to her about posing the girls on the ground with the multiple sticks, photos. But it was made very known that in steer contrast to what Brad Holder claims, it's looking like, and it was a comment that was made by the defense, that Brad Holder knew Abby much deeper than he was willing to ever say or ever lead investigators to believe. And they struck Amber Holder's testimony. So the court was asked to take special notice and special interest in the testimony of Mr. Jerry Holman. There was another exhibit admitted for the original Frank's motion that was originally filed on September 18th, 2023. The judge at this time said that she will be taking notice of not only the original Frank's motion that was filed on September 20 or September 18th, 2023, but she also will be taking judicial advisement or judicial notice to the secondary supplemental Frank's motion that was filed on October 2nd, 2023, as well as the third supplemental Frank's motion that was filed on March 13th. So Mullins, again, after this, Miss Holder, had already been excused from the stand, her stuff thrown out, can't do it. Mr. Mullins is sent back to the stand for the third time. And so they're like, when did you start working for the the defense's office as a private investigator? And he's like, in January of 2020. And they're like, what is your job? And he says, it's catalog, process evidence, send case information to the defense. And he indicated that he was the one to interview Brad Holder in 2017 and then initially, and then again, um, interview Brad Holder again in August of 2023. So, of course, there's no proof of video or audio for this 2017 interview that took place. However, they did admit States Exhibit 1 for something called an Orion document. Um, and they claim that it's a narrative special report that has been completed. And so they asked what the general practice of what would happen with officers when they were getting ready to complete these reports. Um, do they write this like as they're there? Do they wait until afterwards? And Mullins indicated that a lot of the time, the officers would go back to the DVR or somebody and they would request a copy of the interview that they had just completed. And then they would have that interview on video to follow and refresh as they were writing up their final report. But unfortunately, when recordings are deleted, it makes it impossible for these individuals to go back and retain that to use to make their formal reports. So this Orion report was created and completed. This particular Orion report was completed on February 17, 2017, when Agent Holt from the FBI was also there with Mr. Mullins interviewing that Brad Holder on his first initial interview. And it says, FBI reports general discovery, an itemized list of discovery, and they had signed as having received it. So the next thing that they talk about is exhibit number 2 that has been placed under seal. And this is a narrative report by somebody with the last name Cole for the interview of Holder. And this report was not included with the discovery until February 13th, 2023. And some of this stuff, is on hard drives, but they're saying this particular piece of evidence was stored on 3.5 hard drives. And there are screenshots that have been printed of what is contained in the FBI discovery. So they then move on to exhibit number 3. Yeah. Okay. Everybody's starting to get a little squirmy, guys. So I'm trying to get this up quick. Anyways, so there were printed screenshots of what was contained in that FBI discovery. Oh, sounds good, Lakeside. Thank you. Has anyone ever heard Holder's familiarity with Abby? I mean, I would assume so. Um, but from this, I just don't know. So, exhibit number 3, of course, they said that screenshots were taken from files that had been obtained on February 13th, 2023. Evidence search warrants. There are, they say, XL document data is contained on a hard drive. There was a ISP redacted report submitted. They talk about, the Delphi Police Department getting the DVR recording system. They used it in investigation rooms. Like they had like 4 investigation rooms that this DVR supported all of their interviews on. The DVR was located in the squad room on the filing cabinet, according to Mr. Mullins. And according to Mr. Mullins, the way that this DVR was done was you would have to press a button to turn it on and off. So you'd press the button, the recording would happen, you hit the button, when it goes off, it's done, right? So it went from that to all of a sudden that there was a switch outside of the room that they could switch it to turn it on. At one point, he claimed that maybe somebody had flipped that switch inadvertently and left it on, and that's what caused the DVR to continue to record. Another point he used as an excuse at some point during this was that the DVR inadvertently had 2 settings. There was a setting that you could stop and start the recordings, or the other setting was that you could make it record continuously. The other claim was that somebody possibly unplugged the DVR, and that when the DVR was plugged back in, the settings inadvertently changed themselves to continuously record. And there was some sort of Chinese software that was used to try to extract these videos that were destroyed. So apparently when they used this Chinese software to extract these videos, it was able to recover a couple of videos. However, there's no audio to the videos that were recovered. So that's some more, food for thought. So yeah, so they went over, the videos that were lost on the DVR, the dates, what we just went through. Mr. Mullins admits that, not only is the interviews of Patrick Westfall gone, Brad Holder gone, like all of these people are gone. Anybody that's been interviewed that has to do with this case and other cases, obviously, So he said the only explanation, because he was asked, did something spontaneous happen, or, so Hennessy, it was said, was it? Oh, it was Baldwin. No. Yes. Hennessy said, so it was just a spontaneous thing that happened, and there's no explanation what happened with this DVR. Wow. So Mullins talks about his involvement with the Delphi Homicide Task Force. He stated that every day that it was common practice for them to start out with tip sheets and leads, and everybody be sent out to go everywhere. He indicated that investigators came from multiple counties to come and work with them to seek information and to vet tips for Abby and Libby. There was something sent to DPD to, and I don't know. Oh, if there was something sent to the Delphi Police Department. Okay, so if you were sent over to the Delphi Police Department to come speak to the investigators back in the day, if you were coming to give in a tip, You were subsequently sent from the Delphi Police Department over to the Carroll County Sheriff's Department. So uh, Mr. Mullins had indicated that after he discovered that all of this information was gone and such, that he went out to the hallway and double checked the switch that was supposed to be turned off and on to secure recordings. Then he indicates that when he went to the switch, that the switch was not on. So again, the actual hard drive is 6 terabytes. We know that that holds 1.5 million hours of video. And so then Exhibit 4 was entered into evidence. There was a report by a man named Rich Gaby, Gabey. He was an FBI agent. There was a follow-up report made by a task force officer named Fred Rogers, Fredrogers. They claimed that there was obviously, like, they went to go try to verify Brad Holder's work history the day of the murders. Apparently, they tried to retrieve the video surveillance from the job. You can't really see Brad Holder, but you do see somebody logging in with Brad Holder's credentials, and they claim that there was an individual at work running the machine that Brad Holder was supposed to be running. So Mr. Mullins had indicated that Mr. Brad Holder was not a key suspect when the recordings were discovered to be gone off the DVR, and that the investigation regarding Brad Holder had been concluded. Exhibit 5 was 2 pages. It was a FBI report detailing a February 19th interview with Patrick Westfall. This interview was completed by an FBI agent by the last name of Pohl and a secondary one by the last name of Dottie. And they did not record this interview, as they said that it was uncommon for the FBI to record interviews like this. Also, again, to reiterate, this particular interview was taken in Mr. Westfall's home. After this interview, again, it was said that Mr. Westfall is not a key subject or key suspect in this. And so when Mr. Mullins had tried to, contact the company that produced the DVR, he said he tried to contact the vendor for recovery options, and he had requested for ISP to try to recover the information off of the DVR. He turned it over to ISP, but indicated that apparently ISP was unsuccessful in attempting to extract the data that was on there. At which point, after ISP had tried, they were suggested to use this Chinese data. They were able to retrieve some videos, but there's no audio to the video. And then the question of, did you share with the defense missing files, was asked. And they wanted to know why he told the defense that if they wanted the videos, they could try to recover it themselves. So Mr. Mullins claimed that even though he discovered that this DVR had been deleted on February 20th, 2017, but failed to say anything until 2023. He was asked if there was any logs kept for the people that were interviewed, and Mr. Mullins indicated that there was no such log kept to indicate who had been interviewed for anything in any crime, and that there was absolutely no way to recreate the list of witnesses that had took place and to create the interviews that were on that DVR that were lost. So it says, all of the FBI tips had been provided to the defense. And on December 7th, 2022, they started providing discovery to the police. November 1st, 2023, there was an ISP interview recovered and provided to the defense. Somebody from Matthew J. Harper. And they really didn't kind of say too much more crazy stuff about that. It's kind of like information coming in from DOC. Again, Nick is screaming, what does that have to do with the dissemination of the discovery? And Mullins was point blank asked if he knew and was aware that the videos from the DVR were absolutely 100% missing, and Mr. Mullins' answer was yes. And again, he indicated that he provided discovery to the defense in December. There was no mention of the missing items in the DVR, on the DVR, or in the DVR report until February of 2024. Mr. Mullins indicated that he told Mr. McLeland that these interviews were missing. And they referred to a paragraph on Exhibit 2, page 11. And because the document itself is sealed, he was asked to read the document to himself. And asked for any reports detailing lost reports just received within the last couple of weeks. Exhibit E was a report how to memorialize the loss of taped over DVR. And again, that indicates their primary practice of somebody getting interviewed, an officer going, requesting a copy of that interview, and then writing up their report. And a very good question was asked. If they didn't have access to these videos and these videos were gone and this was a normal practice to them, how were they able to write this report? And it was also asked if it was possible that these reports were written as a last minute scramble, because we're talking about here that there was months and months, that 4 months that they had gotten discovery, but then they didn't receive anything at all after that. And then they find out, that these interviews are gone, and there's a report written, very vague reports, but Mr. Baldwin pointed out that at the top of these documents, at the top of this report, there is no date listed on this report. And Mr. Baldwin straight out asked Mr. Mullins if this report was written back in 2017, or was this report written and scrambled when we requested information? And he indicates that they had to ask for the evidence. There was a narrative report that was written up that was 6 paragraphs. They mentioned nothing else further. They asked if there was a follow-up with Brad Holder completed in September of 2017, and we did not get an answer of that. So again, to reiterate, we have no logs for interviews for the dates of February 14th to February 20th of 2017. Again, nobody was re-interviewed. None of the logs were recreated. Everything was lost. And then they found out that there was an extra 3 months worth of video missing from the dates of April 28th, 2017 until June 30th of 2017. We've already gone over the Chinese software that was used to extract. There was video able to be gotten, no video to go with it. And there was a question asked, did ISP ever follow up after the Chinese software status was used to find, what was recovered? The answer was no, there was no follow up. There was nothing done after that. There was another unredacted report completed, lots of tips about Brad Holder, a few interviews for tips that Mullins had gotten while interviewing people. A report was submitted. He said that he's trained to look for alibis and to follow up. And I don't even remember what the question was. He was asked, did he follow up with the FBI concerning the alibi for Holder? And Mr. Mullins just became very quiet, almost as if it was a problem to answer it. In fact, he was asked a question 3 times and just stared at him until Judge Cole intervened. So we talked about the security camera at Holder's job. Also, it was revealed, Mr. Baldwin asked if any of the investigators had bothered to talk to any of Holder's co-workers. The answer was no. Also, it was asked, was Mr. Mullins aware that Mr. Holder had switched vehicles with his older son on that day? And there was an immediate objection. So again, the officer failed to, file the report with the video to be able to help, write the report. So it was asked that, was there a practice to have to request, these write-up and reports? Obviously, that's not like common practice. It should be already given to them. But Brad Holder now says that he was at work and that's what his report says. That's his story and he's sticking to it. And then Mullins was recrossed regarding Exhibit E and F of DVR recordings. According to this, some of the videos that were retained with no audio, there were no dates contained for them. There were no dates that were retained and recovered regarding the Delphi case. It says that as far as the DVR contents and missing stuff was concerned, that Mr. Hammond, Mr. Liggett, and Mr. Holman had been immediately notified so that they could pass the info along. There was a file for a safekeeping order filed. Medical records were requested by Nick. Rozzi said that he had just received the medical records and he was requesting 15 days to be able to go over those medical records. He would like to see what was in the records before he turned them over to McLeland. And also, he had stated that it was medical and psychiatric records that were provided by the Department of Corrections, that these medical records were voluminous. And he had also requested to Judge Gould to give him time to file a motion for quash. That was granted, and that was the end of yesterday's hearings. So I really appreciate everybody coming out. I know that this video is long. It's 5 hours and 17 minutes plus. Really just thanks for listening. Thanks for coming out. Don't forget to hit the like, share, subscribe button. If you feel like this was a great video, that this was informative, please let me know if there's anything that you feel like I missed or that could be corrected, please feel free to let me know that too. I'd really just like to have a healthy discussion in the comments. And then I'm thinking tomorrow I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to set up a tab for a Discord. I'm going to set up a page for Discord so that if you guys want to be able to go in there and join that, then we'll be able to share some different things that we had talked about earlier. So again, thank you. I appreciate you coming out. Thank you so much for your care, your support. Have a wonderful day because now it is 6:05 a.m. So have a good one. I'll talk to you guys soon. Bye.